special shout out to the people at BIG, that's Brookline Interactive Group, Kathy Bisbee, Ann Tice, Andrew Doib, Ian Bauer, and Eric Sack. Thank you so much for all of the work that you have done to make this a hybrid meeting. Okay, Bernard first.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to say we can thank Ann Theis, who's right outside. So, yeah, for someone I haven't seen in person until just now. Okay, if I go first, thank you. First, I want to congratulate Marty Rosenthal, who will be presented with the Massachusetts Bar Association's Access to Justice.
Recording in progress.
Start now. Thank you, Heather. First, congratulations to Marty Rosenthal, who will be presented with Massachusetts Bar Association's Access to Justice Pro Bono Award in June for his significant, meaningful pro bono contributions to justice, which break down the barriers to justice caused by the cost of defending oneself and address the broader systemic issues that impede justice. Marty's pro bono work is extensive, 20 years as a public defender. He headed up Mass Citizens Against the Death Penalty, the oldest such organization in the country, Governor's Reform, Prison Reform Task Force, Mass Sentencing Commission, and something that highlights Brookline is his work on a mass racial profiling task force that sought to expand to all communities the compiling of racial profiling data on police stops, which we began here in Brookline under Chief O'Leary, I believe 2 or 3 decades ago. So congratulations again to Marty Rosenthal. And I have another, really a statement that I want to make before public comment regarding the vote on the police chief recommendation that we'll take up later this evening. At the March 29th Select Board meeting, I stated that I intended to vote in favor of Mr. Ashley Gonzalez as our next police chief, unless new information or other matters came to light. Since that time, I've done some research into Mr. Gonzalez and his time in Connecticut and in Texas. I've met with him on Zoom and in person, and I've reviewed the extensive commentary that we have received from the community. And I have not seen any information or heard any arguments that would cause me to change my vote tonight. However, I do agree with some of the concerns expressed by members of the community about the process and the unfounded vitriol emanating from certain shadowy crevices of the town and directed at Brookline's Police Department. But tonight, I want to focus on the ton of repair we have to do as a select board and as a town for our police department. We have suffered almost 3 years of interim leadership, a demoralized and rudderless department caused by allowing critical command positions to go unfilled for no good reason, and constant attacks by a small but loud clique in town. Because we need to fix these problems, I will, 1, vote to approve the recommendation of Ashley Gonzalez as police chief. 2, work with him to ensure his success by helping him to utilize the support, experience, and wisdom of our incredible leadership ranks and officers of the department. And 3, continue to press the town administrator, sorry, Mel, and select board to fix these problems. Specifically, I will urge Mr. Gonzalez to utilize fully the talents and experiences and commitments to Brookline of, and I want to mention names for the public, former Chief Mark Morgan, who I heard is back, Chief Richard Allen, Deputy Superintendents Jen Pastor and Paul Cullinane, the supervisors and officers of the department, especially from my standpoint, those in the Community Services Division who play such critical roles in the community policing efforts of the department, and the Brookline Police Union, with whom we must work in a collaborative fashion on the many issues of concern that they have. So, Mr. Gonzalez, I welcome you as our future chief of the police department. I am confident that you will be a strong and effective leader who will make a very good department that is a model for the state and the nation into a even more perfect police department. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to make my typical announcement, which is the ARPA subcommittee, review subcommittee, will be having our meeting Friday at 2:00, 2 to 3:30. It is an open meeting. We encourage you to attend. We encourage you to watch all the meetings prior to that one. Hi, Tyler. Um, and we will be having a joint select board ARPA subcommittee meeting, public hearing, Monday, April 11th from 7 to 9. A couple of points about the public hearing. You have 90 seconds to speak. We're going to let you sign up once. You're going to speak for 90 seconds and you're done. If you send an email and you sign up to speak, you're going to have to choose which one you want. And if you send two statements and they are more than 90 seconds, we're going to send it back to you and ask you to consolidate because we will be reading the emails into the public record and we want them to be 90 seconds. And it's not because we love 90 seconds. It's because we know that there's going to be a lot of input and we want to give everybody an opportunity to give us their input. And we will also be having a discussion with the select board after we have public input. So we want to make sure we have time to do that as well. So please join us on Friday. And if you want to email us, again, it's arpareview@brooklinemass.gov.
Great, excellent, thank you. John?
Thanks very much. Two things to mention. One, which I'm very excited about, is that on Friday, I'm going to have the honor of saying a few words at the kickoff event for Team Brookline, which is the Brookline marathon runners who will be raising funds for Brookline organizations. And they have an event where they basically have a chance to just the week before the marathon, get together, share some experiences together, and get pumped up for the marathon. So it's my job to try to help them get pumped up. It's a new experience for me, but I'll do my best. They're all going to get some certificates for their fundraising. It's not too late to donate to Team Brookline. And I would urge people who are listening tonight to go to the Team Brookline page and go to the Brookline Mental Health Center page. Brookline Mental Health Center is sort of in charge of pulling together the various groups that are going to benefit from the marathon runners. And you'll find out how you can donate to individual runners or donate to the team. That's announcement number one. Announcement number two is simply to thank very much our Veterans Director, Bill McGordy, for something I think is extraordinary that took place just this past weekend. And Bill was keeping us informed every step of the way about the arrival of the remains of a person who gave his life during World War II. We're talking, very, very many decades ago. And this is Staff Sergeant Charles McMacken. He was with the Army Air Corps. His remains were unknown and undiscovered for many, many, many years until it was determined that they were buried in a cemetery in France. And they then were recovered, and then they came home as of this past Saturday it was. And it was Saturday because the flight was initially expected Friday night, and then it went past midnight. This was new to me, so I'm sure it isn't new to everybody, but the extent to which someone who has sacrificed in wartime, and then who was for many, many, many years killed in action, but the remains sort of unknown as to where they were. The extent of honors and the meticulous attention to making sure that proper respect is paid is really something that you cannot help but be moved by. And Bill McGordy was in charge of making sure that proper respect was paid. And he got assistance from the Brookline Police, got assistance from State Police, Revere Police. Sergeant McMacken was from Revere. If you're wondering about the Brookline connection, his remains are going to be interred at Holyhood Cemetery, which is in Brookline. And those arrangements are being made through the O'Day Funeral Home. That's the other Brookline connection. So thank you, Bill McGordy. Thank you to all the participants in paying honor to the remains of of Charles McMacken on their return to to be interred in Holyhood Cemetery. It's very meaningful to Sergeant McMackin's family, but I think it's very meaningful to the rest of us as well to sort of learn of the story of this particular. He was in his own way a hero because he gave his life very early on in his service, and now his remains have been returned home.
Raul?
John, well said. And as I said last week, Bill McGrady is a treasure, and we're lucky to have him here. So I wanted to talk about briefly, yesterday I was at a rally with some other electeds and organizers organized by Zero Debt MA, which is addressing the trillions of dollars in student loan debt that are held across the country right now, including some 36 or so billion. Sorry, did I say million? I meant billion dollars in Massachusetts alone. I bring this up, because you can imagine that a significant portion of that is held in Brookline, one of the most educated towns in the Commonwealth. It really, for me, being there in this group really brought home for me some part of my own story that I just wanted to share with you all today. I grew up in public housing and really had to figure out over time how to sort of manage my own finances and make my way through as I got multiple degrees, bachelor's, master's, and a doctorate, and accrued debt, significant debt along the way. Meanwhile, there are others who were also getting the very same degrees and weren't saddled with that same debt. And so what we have right now is a system where for people that are trying to level up economically, there is this real barrier for us to be able to do that. We saw over the last couple of years, we've seen what it looks like when that debt burden is relieved. For me personally, this student loan pause allowed me to eliminate all credit card debt, allowed me to raise my credit score, and now I'm saving money to buy a house and provide a future for my family. If I was still saddled and paying that debt right now, I could not say that all those things would be true right now. And so I want to encourage other folks to get involved. The call here is to, and we do see that the Biden administration, it appears, is extending the student loan repayment pause until the end of August. The call here is really, to the extent possible, to cancel that debt and also to provide a pathway for debt-free public college to extend, obviously to the lower grades, which I've talked about, universal pre-K, but also up through college as well for folks, maybe don't want to, take on the debt of going to a place like BU, like I did, but to be able to go to a public college and be able to launch immediately and not be saddled with debt for the next 20 years, or in some cases, the rest of their life. So there's some folks organizing around that, and I just want to encourage folks in Brookline, who I know this is I'm sure very personal to get involved in that as well.
Great. I think we are going into public comment.
All right, let's do it. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this very special public comment session. This is our first time in a while back in person, and is our first time doing this in a hybrid manner. The rules, however, are still the same. This is an opportunity for us to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. We do have a few rules I'd like to share. Each person speaking tonight is limited to 3 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you like. Please refrain from personal attacks and from addressing personnel issues during your comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with staff to get a more thorough answer and respond over email. We'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining and when your time is up. Please conclude your remarks at that time. There's a sign that may show up if you don't, just saying. And if you have more to say, you're welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. We do have folks who have signed up for a public comment. Some of them may be with us virtually and others here in person. And we have Devin to help us work through that. Devin, who's first on our list?
The first person signed up for public comment is Marty Rosenthal. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your time will begin.
Is that for me? I was it reboots when they promote you. Am I on?
You're all set, Marty. Go
Oh,
ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry. And thank you to Bernard. I don't have enough time to thank you adequately, but let me move on. I'm Marty Rosenthal, TMM 9, former SBM. On the rubber stamping of the next chief, I spoke last week and want to repeat a couple of community values being ignored. The board needs to be leaders on and get community into police issues. This is what I called an anointment process, which is to transparency like Putin is to peace. Police knowing the town is a good thing, not a bad thing. And abysmal morale is causing awful departures, a national issue, but here, community inflicted, and all I see is lip service. Again, this is not about soon Chief Gonzalez. The handful who met him highly praise him, but I joined advisory's Thursday resolution passed 18-2, bemoaning an opaque process, morale issues, losing good cops, and undervaluing internal promotions, then urging a delayed vote. But knowing this is not only a done, but I'm sorry again, a backroom deal, I add some other alleged insights and one possible remedial step. Mel's memo describes a process carefully integrating community input and accountability. But first, why did Mel, not the board, pick an ad hoc screening panel reflecting a supposed cross-section of Brookline residents? Why was PCAC circumvented, not only with their BPD expertise, but since this is their official advisory role, or it should have been? Mel asserts I'd never have a preconceived notion of internal versus external, but to many of us, this too opaque process walks, talks, and smells like that proverbial duck. Was there any discussion of what's missing in both his memo and I assume only his position profiles, ideal candidate, morale crisis, the likely impact from going outside, or the value of knowing our community, including our great hyperactive citizenry? None being litmus tests, but none right to ignore. And he describes many good BPD things, but not how good a department it is. With only 3 minutes, finally, the obvious need for some confidentiality doesn't justify either state secret opaqueness or an utter lack of meaningful citizen input. Back to lip service. Actually, that's too rosy. There have been downright harmful choices made, like postponing promotions, including Paul Campbell's,
You have 30
ending the
seconds.
community policing of SROs and walk and talk, and now this. So here's a concrete proposal. Instead of swallowing the baloney that our police issues are similar to other departments, I've urged that Mel's proposed budget add a collective bargaining reserve fund for competitive base salaries and education benefits for police. Let's put our money where our lip service has been, please. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Rita McNally. We wait for Rita. We can move on to the next person, Michael Keaveney.
Good evening, Michael Keaveney, Brookline Police Detective, Brookline Police Union President. I've been speaking to many members of the community over the past several months about the state of the police department, but also the town at large. What I've been finding is a common theme from those who care about the town, and that theme is that people are very concerned for the lack of leadership, concerned for the lack of transparency, and concerned about failed decision-making that has spiraled out of control. I'm frequently hearing the same phrase to describe Brookline, that it is a dumpster fire burning out of control, which I agree with. I was born and raised in Brookline, the product of Brookline schools. My parents were born and raised here, both worked for the town their entire lives. In all our lives, we've never seen the town in such terrible shape as it is now. This has happened under your watch, under your leadership. It is terrible, and the Brookline police continue to leave in droves. Department heads are bailing out. This is a sinking ship, and you've done nothing to fix it. It seems that rather than take steps to fix things, you make toxic decisions and pour gasoline on the dumpster fire that you've created. Within the last few months, the Cambridge Police Department signed a 13.5% contract split over 3 years. Around the same time, the town began contract negotiations with us, offering us 2.5%, one of those years being a zero. If any police officer wonders if this select board or town administrator respects them, that contract offer is all they need to know. Is it any wonder why anyone hasn't left? And now at the top of the vacant position, and on top of the vacant positions, blocked promotions, and unfilled command staff positions, you pile along by telling our incredible, talented, highly qualified men and women that they are not as good as if someone was absolutely no connection to the town of Brookline. I've never met Chief Gonzalez, but I suspect that he's a good man. But had Chief Gonzalez ever heard of Brookline before the job posting? Does he know the difference between Coolidge Corner or Copley Square? Does he understand the neighborhood issues surrounding recreational marijuana? The selection of Chief Gonzalez over our 3 internal candidates has given the entire professional career to this community is yet another slap in the face to the men and women who have dedicated their lives to this town. The decision you are contemplating tonight would be yet another message straight from Brookline leadership that anyone with an option to leave should get out as fast as they can, because the select board is pouring more gas on this dumpster fire. It was just last year that Mel Kleckner had all of you vote 5-0 in an attempt to evade good faith bargaining and try to remove us from civil service. It was only a few weeks later that you had to vote to reverse that direction, because Mel's recommendation had not been well thought out. I strongly encourage you to vote down Mel's recommendation today. Please learn from your earlier mistakes and don't follow him blindly down the wrong path.
You have 30 seconds.
This community deserves better than that. What they are getting. The police officers aren't leaving because of a bad department. They are leaving because you are not doing your jobs as leaders. Please take this opportunity to do the right thing. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Susan Howards.
Susan Howard's Precinct 9. Thank you. Can you hear me now? Okay. I don't usually watch any of this town meetings, but the last 6 months I've been riveted. And as a result of that, I have some questions for you tonight, pre-vote. I've heard around the community that we really don't know Mr. Gonzalez and we can't judge him because we don't have any information. I want to ask, why didn't we have information sooner? Why didn't we have a vita sooner? And as a result of John Van Scoy's urging last week to do our own research, as soon as the meeting ended, I went on Google. Now, I don't know how reliable Google is, but I sort of depend on it in my law practice and I depend on it in life because it's easy. So I have some questions for you. The first thing I found out on Google was that the candidate has spent most of his career as an SRO police officer. Now, as you know, I'm very in favor of the SROs and was quite flabbergasted when our SROs were booted from the schools along with the AWARE curriculum. So I'm wondering where the connection is to pick a chief, a coming chief who is an SRO when our SROs are gone. Then I continued to Google and I came up with 2 lawsuits. One as a result of a bus driver who sexually harassed a little girl, pled guilty, 20 years. That has nothing to do with the chief, except for the fact that apparently the investigation was not done properly. The tapes weren't reviewed properly. And that's of great concern. And I'd like your comments or clarification on that. Apparently the family of the little girl has now filed a second suit. First suit was dismissed in federal court. And I think it does deserve discussion because it's no longer pending litigation. We can't talk about it because the Austin newspapers and the Austin TV stations have already blasted this all over the internet. The next suit, I believe, and I don't know if these are credible or not, and would like your clarification, was by an employee, a Black employee in the Austin Police Department, who reported another employee violating the policy. The violation of the policy was 1, the employee slapped a student, and 2, sexually harassed another employee. This employee, the whistleblower, was terminated after retaliation. These are just some of the examples of the serious issues that I think you need to address before you vote. And the last thing I want to say, I'm not really a money person. I don't do well with my own money or anybody else's, but I am a contract person. I've negotiated many, many contracts, and I'm very concerned that the length of the contract be kept to 3 years with 1 year probation, no matter who.
You have 30 seconds.
1 year probation, and that there be an exit clause in case the relationship doesn't work out. That's it.
The next person signed up for public comment is Elizabeth Childs.
Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you for listening to us this evening. I am Elizabeth Childs of 157 Walnut Street. And I'd like to speak to you also about the upcoming vote on the police chief this evening. It will come as no surprise to you that I object to you taking this vote tonight after my filing an open meeting law complaint last week, which speaks for itself and whose regulatory process will unfold. I implore you to consider the impact of your action this evening on our community. When we elected you, we entrusted you to make decisions as a board of 5 with open deliberation so that we as a community could understand the importance of those decisions to our community as a whole. Having one choice for chief of police is not a deliberation, and it prevents the community, us, from understanding why Chief Gonzalez is the best person for the job. Sunlight is the best antiseptic. You've heard from multiple people about not understanding why you would choose someone from outside of Brookline, why Chief Gonzalez stands head and shoulders above our internal candidates, questions about how public news items were considered and explained, and questions about how you will address the financial risk of a 5-year contract and potential pension payments beyond that for a chief who is an unknown in Brookline. We don't know the relevance of these issues because that's what would have been clear through a public process. That's the problem, isn't it? The town has not had the opportunity to hear your deliberations weighing their importance or not. And it is impossible for you to answer these questions completely because you are only evaluating one candidate. How can we take this seriously when it's done this way? The police chief is one of the most important positions in Brookline. There is nothing more important to town residents than the safety of where we live. Many of us actually choose to live here because we feel safe here. It impacts all of us, our families, our children, our elderly friends and parents, our home values, our community interactions, our businesses, our cultural events, and our school quality. The police chief touches everyone's life in Brookline, directly or indirectly.
You have 30 seconds.
Okay. Your vote tonight in this manner is a breach of our public trust in you as our elected public leaders. For the good of the community and to increase the likelihood of the next chief of police succeeding in Brookline, I hope you will reconsider taking this vote until you have an open public process with all finalist candidates. Thank you for considering my comments.
The next person signed up for public comment is Scott Allen.
A position I feel is one of the most important hires in our town. The goal must be to find the most capable and qualified person for this important and critical position. I understand even the advisory committee voted 18-2 to slow down and not rush this hiring process. Clearly, they recognize that the decision can have a future impact on the budget and, more importantly, the level and transparent approach that needs to be taken. Why are you rushing this process when we have an existing intern chief and capable and qualified people who are more than capable and qualified for this position? The current intern chief, he has local knowledge. He has decades of dependability and all the necessary qualifications. And most importantly, he has the trust amongst his peers. He is a known versus an unknown, with no disrespect to potential Chief Gonzalez. I have been running a business for over 40 years and have always believed that it is critical and extremely impactful to find, promote, and hire from within when at all possible. It is a way to boost morale in the ranks and let other employees know that they could have a future in the business. If the town and our select people care about the morale of the police department and our community, I am urging you to give the department the best opportunity for success. It makes no sense to me why you would not allow the current interim chief, who clearly is qualified, if not overqualified, to be appointed to this position for a trial period, whether 1 or 2 years. By doing this, Brookline can and will accomplish the following. They'll de-risk the hiring process. They'll set the police up for success. They'll allow an existing, capable, and qualified internal candidate with over 30+ years on the Brookline Police Force to demonstrate his leadership and give him the time to enact the necessary changes and improvements.
You have 30
Thank you for your time.
seconds. The next person signed up for public comment is Janelle O'Neill. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video. Your 3 minutes will begin.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Donald O'Neill Sr. I'm a lifelong resident of Brookline, a town meeting member from Precinct 4, and I'm also a member of the advisory committee. However, I'm just speaking for myself right now. I'm pretty confident 9 times out of 10 that this board will unanimously vote in favor of hiring the administrator's recommendation for the next chief of police. I wish you guys would reconsider and pause. My concern is not the new police chief. My concern is the lack of transparency during the process of choosing the next chief of police. In my opinion, there wouldn't be this much pushback from members of the community if the inclusion aspect of the community actually happened. It wasn't so backdoorish. An example of the lack thereof is, no one received a survey or not even a poll in regards to how we're feeling on the next hire for the next chief of police. I'm sure nobody from the new police oversight committee was on the search committee, especially after Michael Zurob left to go to New York. He wasn't replaced. And when someone from administration reached out to fill that seat from that committee, my understanding is that it was such short notice that the person couldn't even wasn't going to be able to make the meeting. Anyways, I'm also pretty sure that nobody from the advisory public safety subcommittee was included as well. The negotiators, especially Mel Kleckner, Mel's not going to be here. He won't be here in Brookline to answer for the good and or bad that comes from his recommendation. It bothers me, and that bothers me. It bothers me that we can get a 5-year contract done with a state-mandated 1-year probation period for our new chief, no pun intended. But we can't get a collective bargaining agreement done for the department that he'll be running. No boosting morale for that department or community. No body-worn cameras that will help
30
boost the morale.
seconds.
Thank you, Dee. In closing, I promise that the search for our next town administrator will be more transparent. More of the community will know what's brewing when it's brewing, and will be included in the process as much as possible under the law. Thank you for your time. Stay well and blessed. Have a good evening.
The next person signed up for public comment is Yvonne Shalepi. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your time will begin.
I'm trying to unmute. Thank you. This is Yvonne Schleppe from Precinct 13. Thanks so much for the opportunity to speak. I am a bit disturbed by this process, I have to say, for the selection of an appointment of the next Brookline Police Department chief. I understand there have been some 24 departures from the police department over the past 2 years, and that the department is some 19 officers short still after the last 2 very difficult years. In that context, given that deficit, it strikes me as even more important than it otherwise would be for the town process to be open and for the town selection process of the new police chief to win the endorsement of the remaining Brookline Police Department officers whom we need and rely on. I would echo the sentiments of all the previous speakers this evening who say that the safety of residents in Brookline was also one of my chief reasons for selecting this town over 20 years ago. So that brings me to my question, which is, has there been an explanation offered for passing over, for example, the acting Brookline Police Chief, Richard Allen, who does have many, many people's confidence? And what is that explanation? And what is the explanation that's been offered to the officers of the Brookline Police Department in general as to why the internal candidates have been passed over? Thank you very much for your replies.
The next person signed up for public comment is Deborah Brown. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Good evening, everyone. I need like one more second. Okay, here we go. My name is Deborah Brown. I'm a town meeting member, Precinct 1. I am the president of the board for the Brookline Improvement Coalition, and I am a member of Brookline for Everyone. I had not intended to speak today, but I heard some things that just, I guess, inspired me, but it put me in a position to say that, you know, as a community, we're more than our individual parts. The town is more than any one department or person. Today, I spoke with a town employee, and she thanked me for saying that we need to better respect and express gratitude for all of our municipal employees, for all of them. So I'll say thank you to Brookline's public servants. I appreciate you, whether you are a firefighter, a DPW worker, a teacher, a librarian, an HR employee, town council's office, or, you know, building permits. And that's just some of the departments. Now, I do have some recommendations. I think that the town needs to do a survey. I think it needs to do some 360 performance evaluations in all of the departments, in all of them. We need to perform a salary review for all employees. And where necessary, increase those salaries. Now, there's always room for improvement, you know, whether you're in Brookline or Boston or pick a city. But what's important is not that we just think about one department, not that we express concern, you know, for one piece. But for me, it's how are we looking at everything? Where is that totality? And so, you know, I was told years ago by one of my first bosses that our greatest resource is our human resource.
You have 30
And-
seconds.
And so, you know, Devin, I'm gonna throw you in that mix too, of people, you know, that I'm gonna say thank you to. But, you know, it's like there's a lot of work to do. And I think rather than just singling out one department, we owe all of our town employees a serious look. So thank you very much.
At this time, there are 36 virtual attendees and approximately 15 in person. No one has made a further request for public comment.
And just to note that we are going to next take up some meeting minutes and also miscellaneous items. And then we will be immediately after that going to the conversation and vote on police chief.
Miriam has something she would like to say.
I just want to let folks know, for those of you who don't know, I'm hard of hearing and I lip read. And so when you're at the podium speaking in front of the microphone and the computer, I can't actually tell what you're saying. So I'm looking at my computer, reading the closed captions. I'm not ignoring you. And the same for the presentation screen is behind me. So I am relying on the closed captions. I mean, I do hear you speaking. It does help with the closed captions, but I, again, am not ignoring you. So just please keep that in mind. Thanks. Before you send me any nasty emails.
Yes, she's not circling that.
Okay, so we're going to move into the miscellaneous, and we will start with the meeting minutes from our, I think, 2 meetings ago now. Question of approving the meeting minutes from March 22nd, 2022. Any edits or comments before I call the roll? Bernard. Okay, then I'll call the roll. Bernard,
Aye.
Raul,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Then I'm going to try to summarize the rest of the miscellaneous, approving an appropriation transfer request from the building department as follows. From code enforcement personnel to public buildings automobiles, accepting a donation to the police department for $300 from Ms. Marty Zaleskus to be used to support the Juneteenth celebration. Thank you. Approving the authorization to hire request for the following position in the Department of Public Works, Environmental Health Supervisor. Question of accepting a grant from the Urban Area Security Initiative fiscal year 21 in the amount of $31,500 for the acquisition of 1 specialized mission ATV and other emergency management equipment for the Office of Emergency Management. Accepting a grant from MEMA related to hazardous material emergency plan in the amount of $3,000 for the development of a local emergency planning committee with the Office of Emergency Management. Accepting a grant from the Urban Areas Security Initiative in the amount of $2,610.58 to support the procurement of a community initiative, Brookline alert mailing within the Office of Emergency Management. Approving the proclamation making April 26, 2022 Frederick Law Olmsted Day in Brookline. Question of approving the following appropriation transfer request within the Finance Department from assessing full-time personnel to assessing supplies, and from Treasury full-time personnel to Treasury education and training. The first one was $22,500. The second one was $7,500. All those in favor? Yes, Bernard.
Yeah, I'd like to point out that items 7E and 7, the UASI grant or Urban Area Security Initiative is the police department giving the select board notice of these grants before they're actually received, which was a recommendation of the surveillance committee that I chair. And I really appreciate the fact that Chief Mark Morgan actually took the initiative to respond to that recommendation. once it came out, and giving us notice of these UASC grants allows us to just monitor, what we're getting from this pot of money, and if necessary for us to ask questions or even object to it. So thank you to, I guess it's Chief Allen now. So,
Great.
okay.
Thank you for that comment, Bernard. I will call the roll for that miscellaneous agenda. Bernard,
Aye.
Raul,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. And so now we are moving on to the police chief appointment. I think Mel Kleckner, our town administrator, is going to do a short presentation.
Good evening. I am Mel Kleckner, Town Administrator. And tonight I'm formally recommending for your approval the appointment of Ashley Gonzalez as Brookline's next Chief of Police. Mr. Gonzalez is a career law enforcement professional currently serving as Chief of Police in the Independent School District of Austin, Texas. Prior to that, Chief Gonzalez served for nearly 30 years in the city of Norwalk, Connecticut Police Department, concluding his service there as Deputy Chief of Police. Mr. Gonzalez became interested in school policing in the aftermath of the Sandy Hook tragedy, an incident that transformed school safety nationally and especially in Southern Connecticut. That unique experience led him to pursue the position at the Austin School District, where he has led that department for the last 4 years. At this point in his career, Chief Gonzalez wants to get back to municipal policing and closer to his roots in New England. And I feel we are fortunate that his search led him to apply in Brookline, Massachusetts. I am recommending Ashley Gonzalez's appointment as Chief of Police for a variety of factors, and they include the following. His extensive experience leading police departments, including tenure as a Chief of Police and a Deputy Chief of Police. And this leadership was in large, complex police organizations. Second, his strong training and professional development qualifications. Chief Gonzalez is committed to training and professional development opportunities, including the FBI's New England Law Enforcement Executive Development Seminar, Harvard University's Executive Leadership Training for Crisis Management, and the Administrative Officers course at the Southern Police Institute. Third, his outstanding professional references from a wide range of stakeholders. Through our consultant to Police Executive Research Forum, Mr. Gonzalez's personal and professional background was researched thoroughly, and he consistently received very favorable reviews. Next, his extensive exposure to urban and suburban policing. Similar in many ways to Brookline, the city of Norwalk, Connecticut is a large suburban community, in that case, nearly 90,000 diverse residents located near the major urban centers of Bridgeport and Stamford. The city of Austin obviously is a progressive and diverse community and the capital city of Texas. Next, his personality, background, and ability to communicate effectively with a wide range of people and stakeholders. Ashley Gonzalez immigrated to the United States from South America when he was 12 years old. His life has been shaped by growing up in this environment, and his views on policing reflects that experience. Next, his interest and experience in public school safety. Some have noted the irony of hiring a school police chief when the select board recently voted to eliminate the school resource officer program. I actually consider it a positive to have an expert in this field to facilitate the relationship of the police department and the school system going forward. It is my hope and expectation that a new program can be created that is acceptable to all stakeholders, especially students. Chief Gonzalez has the personality to build bridges with these and other groups who have been skeptical or critical of the police. Finally, his willingness to commit to Brookline for a term of at least 5 years. Clearly, the Brookline Police Department needs stability, and Chief Gonzalez is committed to providing that leadership over the long term. I would like to address the hiring process that was used for this position and has been discussed at length. In 1985, a special state law was passed that established the Town Administrator Act of the Town of Brookline. This law is as close to a municipal charter as Brookline has. It was created to professionalize the management of Brookline's municipal government. It created an appointed administrator, especially educated and trained to manage the increasingly complex business of local government. The act addresses many responsibilities that are executive in nature, including hiring, budgeting, and collective bargaining. With respect to appointing department heads, the act is clear that the town administrator shall, I quote, recruit and recommend for appointment by the select board all department heads, unquote. The act was further refined in 1991 to allow the town administrator to recommend for select board appointment single candidates whom the select board shall either appoint or reject until one is appointed. During my entire tenure, I have used this same process to recommend department candidates for select board approval, including the chief of police position in 2019. It is my understanding that my predecessor, Richard Keller, employed the same process for department heads during his 15-year tenure. In my view, maintaining a professional and confidential hiring process for department heads is the only way to ensure qualified candidates will apply. Politicizing the process or exposing candidates to public scrutiny and in some cases ridicule is no way to conduct hiring for professional department head positions. Of course, I understand that department head positions are critical to the community, especially the chief of police. For that reason, I carefully integrated processes that allowed for community input and accountability without publicly divulging the identity of these candidates. I retained the Police Executive Research Forum, otherwise known as PERF, which was an experienced and independent consulting firm to help the town recruit candidates and perform other services. As part of its scope for work, PERF conducted a community survey, convened public forums, and led various focus groups to determine qualities of an ideal candidate for chief of police. This input helped form the position profile, which served as the basis for evaluating candidates. And finally, I formed an ad hoc screening panel consisting of a member of the select board and other persons reflecting a cross-section of Brookline residents to help me evaluate candidates for the position. To be clear, the screening panel is purely advisory to me and is not charged with making any independent decisions. Screening panels do provide helpful feedback on the interviews and in identifying multiple candidates for the town administrator's further review and consideration. I wish to address the concern that my recommendation of an external candidate sends a message that the town does not have confidence in the current leadership of the Brookline Police Department. In 1992, the town meeting successfully petitioned to remove Brookline's chief of police from the state civil service system. By doing so, it effectively removed the guarantee that Brookline's chief would always come from within the ranks of the department. So while I never predetermine whether a vacant department head position should go inside or outside, there is always the possibility that the process will result in an external candidate being the most qualified candidate. I consider the men and women of Brookline's Police Department to be outstanding public employees. The current cadre of senior leadership are highly qualified and motivated individuals and have led the department during its most challenging period. I have heard from some that bringing an outsider like Ashley Gonzalez as chief of police is a risk for Brookline. As has been the case in Brookline for the last 25 to 30 years, all of our police and fire chiefs are granted employment agreements that provide just cause protection. The employment agreement that I have negotiated with Chief Gonzalez and that I recommend the select board approve this evening includes that same removal language as all prior police chiefs and our current fire chief. However, unlike those chiefs, a unique provision of state law will place Mr. Gonzalez in a one-year probationary status during his first year in service as a Massachusetts police officer, regardless of his senior rank or experience. As a result, I consider it Mr. Gonzalez is taking a risk on Brookline, not the other way around. As a result, it is assuming he meets that probationary period, which I fully expect, the employment agreement will grant another 4 years for an effective 5-year employment agreement. I consider this a positive long-term commitment to the future leadership of Brookline's police department. Others have suggested that Mr. Gonzalez is taking an unacceptable risk for himself, since he is not familiar with Brookline or will be exposed when a new town administrator is hired next fall. Not to mention the fact that Mr. Gonzalez is an adult who is capable of making career decisions for himself and his family. He is aware of the upcoming transition in the town administrator. He believes, as I do, that Brookline will continue to appoint professional town administrators who will respect and support our professional department heads. At this time, I seek the Select Board's approval of my recommendation to appoint Ashley Gonzalez as Chief of Police effective on June 1st, 2022, and approve the employment agreement that has been negotiated between the town administrator and Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mel. I also have some remarks. I'm sure that many of us do. Do you want to go first or should I? Okay, Miriam.
Thank you, Mel. So I'll just say that obviously I'm the newest member of the Select Board, and recently I participated in a hiring committee and we hired an outsider, and we didn't hear any of these complaints about bringing in an outsider. So I'm going to just leave you with a single Baldwin quote, because I just love Baldwin. I can't believe what you say because I see what you do. And I think this is a really important thing for us to sit and think about what that means and what the words we say and the actions we do when they don't line up. So you have my full support, and thank you.
John, do you want to go? You go, you go.
I always defer to the chair. So I just want to say to Ashley Gonzalez, welcome to Brookline. Welcome to Brookline. I said to him this afternoon in the second of the meetings that we had, first one was by Zoom, today it was in person. I consider myself to be sort of a Brookline explainer to people. And I offered my services, such as it is, as an explainer of Brookline. And I'm just going to say, you experienced Brookline tonight in all of its wonderfulness. And I'm not being sarcastic. This is a town of people who care passionately about the town. I'm one of them. We're not embarrassed to say we love our town. And the folks you heard speak tonight, although I disagree with them and they disagree with me on this decision, are people who are speaking out of their hearts because of their love of the town. I think that they, frankly, were at a disadvantage, as I was at a disadvantage not too long ago. I heard about the decision to make this hire, having not been consulted ahead of time as to who the final candidates were and what the choice was. And I made known at the time, I wish I had known sooner. I wish I could have had a chance to think about the other candidates and register an opinion. I think we all feel that way. But then I was given the opportunity to speak to you. And I had the exact same experience that everyone has had who had a chance to speak to you. They come away from it saying, I like the guy. Not just I like the guy, but I'm impressed. And they're impressed with your story. They're impressed with your answers to questions. They're impressed with your willingness to tackle a very difficult job under difficult circumstances. And they want you to succeed. And I think if some of the folks who had spoken tonight had had the same chance that I had and that others have had to be involved ahead of time before the decision was made, they would have come to the same conclusion. So far, it's kind of, it's like a ball game that's like 9-zip. The folks who have met you have been unanimous in saying, actually, this is a pretty good choice. But I think what you're hearing tonight is there were other good choices too. And they're people that we know and love. And they're a little bit hurt. They didn't get a chance that they hoped to have. But now they have a chance to be part of a team led by you. And I'm already seeing evidence that some of them are anxious to get started. They're anxious to be part of the new team. And I want to encourage them. They know who they are tonight. And I want to encourage them in that spirit. Because I think they're going to pull together. I think the department's going to pull together. I think you're going to make it a better department, but only with their help. And so, as I said, welcome to Brookline.
Thank you, John. Raul, do you want to say? Okay. I have some prepared thoughts I wanted to concentrate. on the message I wanted to say, because this is very important. This is one of the most important positions in the town. So there are a few things I would like to say about the search process. The town administrator does not need to convene a screening panel at all. Personnel decisions are made by the town administrator with a vote by the select board, an executive function that employs confidentiality because most candidates do not share with their current employer that they are actively searching for new opportunities. The process used here is the same process used every time we have had a search for a department head. The process was used for the fire chief, the director of public health, director of human resources, and town council. It was the same process we used to hire the last police chief a few years ago that resulted in the appointment of an internal candidate. The only difference between then and now is that an external candidate was selected. In fact, I met Chief Lipson for the first time the afternoon before the select board voted. I've heard several complaints over the past few days about the process. Yet I don't recall any objections then from anyone who has suddenly found the process deficient now. The notion we would stack the deck to give preferential treatment to an internal candidate over the best qualified is something I have never seen in any other government institution. In fact, most public agencies have policies in place to prohibit such preference because it inevitably leads to nepotism. Much to my surprise, I've also seen some constant critics of the select board and town administrator who suddenly express blind faith in our authority because this time they happen to like the outcome. The same people who don't hesitate to bypass the town administrator and the select board with micromanaging warrant articles. Let's be honest, this is not about process. It is about the outcome. With respect to the advisory committee's resolution, I find that it blurs the lines of legislative and executive authority and is beyond their scope. I am grateful that the advisory committee will spend the next few weeks addressing the budget deficit. Their hard work and dedication helps the town to close this deficit each year. This candidate has two qualities I wanted, and I believe this town needs right now. Great communication skills and the ability to approach challenges with Socratic thinking. I am pleased to support Ashley Gonzalez, who will be our next chief of police. Raul?
Thanks, Heather. I knew it was smart to have you go first so you can say most of what was on my mind there. The things I want to add here are about the selection process, because there's been a lot of misinformation that's been spread about that process in the committee in particular. The screening committee that was put together by our town administrator included a member of the advisory committee. It included the parent of a current police officer. It included a business owner who has had positive interactions with the police department. It included the school committee chair, and it included myself. And a majority of that group was people of color, which I think was also, I don't know if that was purposeful or not, but it was a good idea, I think. All of the internal candidates were considered as much as the external candidates. And in fact, all of the internal candidates came back before the screening committee a second time, not something that was true of all the external candidates. And through our deliberations, there was not just consensus, but strong agreement that Mr. Gonzalez, Chief Gonzalez, who's with us today, was the strongest candidate that we met, and really, I think is in the best position to lead our department into the future. I take issue with some of the comments earlier about Brookline being a dumpster fire. If you want to call the select board or any one of us a dumpster fire, go ahead, go for it. But that is a mischaracterization of this community. We have, and I've seen, and I've been party to personally, a lot of really hot periods of debate in our time. And what I've seen is that things get hot. We say things, some of which we mean and some of which we regret. and then we work together and find a way to move forward. My experience on this board has been one where sometimes we've politely disagreed, and sometimes we have not so politely disagreed. My friend Bernard over here, but you know what? We always have the next thing. We have the next agenda item the very same night, and we have the next meeting the following Tuesday, and we have to find a way to move forward. So I'm going to set aside some of the comments I would like to make in response to some of the comments that I thought throughout this this last week or so have been unfair and have been unnecessarily sort of driven by politics, not by genuine sentiment. And as our chair mentioned, more about outcome than process. And just say that the thing that unites us is our desire to move forward as a community that is one that is safe and also inclusive. One where we respect each other, and that regardless of our background, we feel as safe and welcome as our neighbor to our left and to our right. I think that the appointment of Chief Gonzalez helps move us in that direction. So I welcome you.
Bernard.
I have to defend myself. Oh, no, just kidding. No, just kidding. What I really want to say, I already said, but I do want to add a couple things that came up just recently. I agree. Brookline is not a dumpster fire, but people are reacting to, some hurt and pain that have been leveled at the police department, who people really have a strong connection to because they've gone out of their way, and intentionally gone out of their way to be a part of this community. So, the vitriol that have been leveled against the police department really is painful, and people are reacting against that. I think we need to, understand that, we may disagree, but just, remember that we need to address the underlying problems that are really causing a lot of pain and hurt in this community, not just in the police department. But by the way, I go out of my way to let criticism roll off my back like a duck. It doesn't really come from the board so much, but from the community, at my house, on social media, which I try to ignore, but people tell me about it. But anyway, it comes with the job. I'd just also like to add that future Chief Gonzalez, over the last few days, people have called me and said, hey, I met this guy, or in some cases, I just researched him, and I didn't think before, but now I think he's going to be a great candidate. So I think that, given who some of these people were, I think that really says a lot about your ability to sort of give people a sense of the potential of you as chief, as well as the police department itself, to become, as I always put it, it's not a perfect police department, but it's damn good. And what we need to do is just make it more perfect, a more perfect police department. So anyway, that's all I have to say.
Okay. Any other comments? Seeing none, there are two things I would like to do. I would like to move the language to be voted. And if we end up appointing, then I will give Chief Gonzalez an opportunity to say a few words. Okay. So I will move approval of the appointment of the Chief of Police, Ashley Gonzalez, approving his employment contract as recommended by the town administrator. All those in favor? Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Oh, sorry. I'm used to the ping pong. And the chair votes aye. Thank you. Chief, would you like to make a few words?
Good evening, members of the Select Board and Mr. Kleckner. I am deeply humble and honored to be selected as and confirmed as the new Chief of Police for the town of Brookline. I want to publicly express my gratitude for the confidence you have shown in me. I have a passion for serving and leading, and I am so honored I am going to get a chance to do just that in this amazing community. I've been in law enforcement, or as we say in law enforcement, on the job for over 33 years. And I had a lot of opportunities to see challenges and changes in this profession. This job is not easy, and we know that. But over the years, I have had been honored to work with professionals who are also dedicated to fulfill our mission and truly serving and protecting the public. It is a pleasure to empower the officers I have led to continue to do the amazing work that they're doing. To the members of the Brookline Police Department. Throughout this process, I have heard countless stories about the caliber and commitment of individuals serving at the Brookline Police Department. I am extremely excited to work and join this team to work with you and for you. I'm also looking forward to listening and hearing from the residents of Brookline so we can serve you and all who encounter this great community with the highest commitment and integrity. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we are going to move on to our next agenda item, which is liquor license, all kinds common vic transfer public hearing that was originally scheduled for 7 p.m. No. Do we have May Hui? Or, oh, Zoom, okay. Do we have Devin? I think I see you guys. You're unmuted. Do you want to just introduce yourself?
Hi guys, my name is Ching and
I think I see you guys. You're unmuted. Do you want to just introduce yourself?
Hi
We
guys.
couldn't hear you when you started talking.
老公是把那个静音了。
没有。
Hold on, we can't hear anything that you're saying. I don't think so. Yeah. Okay.
Hello.
Hold on, we're gonna try to figure it out. It's
Okay.
probably on our side.
我们这边怎么？可以没？
Can you just say your names?
静
There
怡。
we go.
Oh,
Great.
okay.
We can hear you now.
Perfect.
So if you just want to introduce yourself and then talk about the transfer, and then we will ask you a few questions and then we'll move the language.
Yeah.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Mei Hui Hu. I'm the attorney for Yu Corporation, DBA Kaoju. The proposed manager, Jing Chen, is also tonight here with us. And this corporation, there are two partners. One is Jing Yi, the proposed manager. The other one is Shen Yu Wu. They're husband and wife pair. They are partners, and they've both been in restaurant business for at least seven years. This is first time they joint venture together. Prior to this application, Shang Yu has been a chef at a Chinese restaurant in Boston. You probably heard of Little Lamb. That's a very famous hot pot restaurant right by the Mass General Hospital. And during the last couple of years, because of COVID, that Xiangyu has closed that restaurant, has concluded that restaurant business. And starting most recently, Jing Yi has moved to Boston as well, and she has been working at various local restaurants as well. Currently, she works at La Mei restaurant on Harvard Street, and La Mei, as you know, also has a liquor license. And Jing Yi here, the proposed manager, has learned quite a bit of experience working at these restaurants. And prior to La Mei, Jing Yi also worked at Genki Ya, also on Harvard Street. So I am confident that the proposed manager has sufficient experience and are willing to learn and also willing to familiarize herself with the regulations, rules and regulations in specific to town of Brookline. Now, let's move on to the restaurant itself. It's a proposed restaurant. This is restaurant on 406 Harvard Street. Currently, it's a family style restaurant called Alaya, and it's been there for quite a long time. And with Sheng Yu and Jing Yi, what they are proposing to do is to do a renovation, put in new restaurant equipments, and their featured menu includes a lot of Chinese Northern dim sum, small plates of barbecues, noodle soups, and baked goods. And the idea is that anytime, any day, people are craving for family food, home style Chinese food can always come in and have a little bite. Again, we are applying for the transfer of alcohol license, not so much to sell the alcohol, but really to enhance the patrons' dining experience. So we have the proposed manager here, and we're here to answer any questions that you might have.
Great, thank you, Mei Hui. That really provided a nice base. There are a number of things going on in this. I think there are about 4 different votes. So one is the transfer for the all alcohol beverages. One is approving the new common vic, the entertainment license, and then an alternate manager. Any questions by select board members on those 4 applications? Miriam?
I'll just say that I used to work at MGH and I have eaten at the Little Lamb several times. Excellent.
Thank you.
Any other questions? So I would be remiss if I didn't give you a little bit of a hard time with the application of an alcoholic beverage license. Tip certified, how, the book. Let me, tell me that you kind of know the unique liquor license rules to Brookline.
Hi, so we're gonna do a call out liquid. We won't have a full bar. We're gonna have some, gonna have a drink menu. Customer can pick any cocktails from it. We're gonna have red wine, white wine, beer, sake, soju, and Chinese baijiu. It's kind of another white wine for our Chinese culture. And yeah, it's pretty much 5 fashion cocktails, 5 classic cocktails, and some mocktails. It's not it's not too much drinks, but we have a couple of options.
Will you card people who order alcohol? Will you ask for ID to verify that they are 21 or older?
Yes, definitely.
Great. That's the right answer.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you.
No worries. Any other? Oh, Bernard.
Yeah, let me just sort of go along those lines. In Brookline, we can be what some people would call a little obnoxious about the liquor service as well in particular, underage drinking. So I assume that you are aware of the likelihood that the police will send in underage drinkers to sort of test your system. And you should be aware of that and make sure that whoever comes in, including young-looking guys like me, are carded.
Yeah, I would check your ID.
Okay. And I'll be angry. You think I'm too old to drink. But anyway, it's important that you understand the sort of unique way in which Brookline enforces its rules and regulations with respect to especially underage drinking, because we're so near BU, and these are college students, and we know how college students act based on how we acted when we were in college. So
Yeah, definitely, for sure.
So this is a public hearing. We are interested in hearing from members of the public. Devin, has anybody notified you that they may want to speak?
No one has signed up in advance for this public hearing. At this time, there are 22 virtual attendees, and there are 3 in-person attendees. No one has indicated they'd like to make a comment.
Great, thank you. I will technically close the public hearing. Are we ready to vote? I believe so. Okay. So bear with me, and I already apologize for any mispronunciations. So the first vote will be about the transfer of an all alcohol beverage license. So approving the application for a transfer of an all alcohol beverage license, restaurant license from Jota Incorporated, doing business as Cafe, is it Elot? Elot, thank you. To Yuyi Corporation, doing business as Cow Jiu at 406 Harvard Street, Brookline, Mass. Proposed manager will be Jingyi Chen. The proposed seating is 46. Proposed operating hours are Monday to Sunday, 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. And proposed alcohol beverage service hours are Monday to Saturday, 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. and Sunday, 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. I will move approval of the application for a new common victular license for Yuyi Corporation, doing business as Jiu at 406 Harvard Street, Brookline, Mass. Proposed manager will be Jingyi Chen. The proposed seating is 46. Proposed operating hours are Monday to Sunday, 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. And proposed alcohol beverage service hours are Monday to Saturday, 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. and Sunday, 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. I move approval of the application for a new entertainment license for Yuyi Corporation, doing business as Cow Jiu at 406 Harvard Street, Brookline, Mass. Entertainment will consist of radio and recorded music. Proposed operating hours are Sunday through Monday, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
Miriam? Oh, sorry. John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. And finally, I move approval of the application for alternate manager NJ Ching for Yuyi Corporation, doing business as Cow Jiu at 406 Harvard Street, Brookline, Massachusetts. Is that correct? Hold on. Doing business as, isn't it doing business as Yuyi? No. Okay. No, it is Cow Jiu. Okay, at 406 Harvard Street, Brookline, Mass. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you very much and best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you
Appreciate
very
it.
much.
Thank you.
Okay. Demolition certificate fees. Do we have Kara Bruton, our our director of planning now?
Good evening. I'm here in Town Hall, but also joining you virtually so I can have more documents up at once. And Devin, I believe Tina McCarthy might be joining us as well. She's our one of our preservation planners, and could answer any tough Q&A. But in the meantime, I'll get started. We are coming to the select board tonight to request that the demolition fee be changed. Right now, the way preservation permits work with regards to demolition is that an applicant comes in, they literally, this is just the way things have always been done. They literally have to write a check for $100 and another check for $200. And if the commission, once they have a hearing, determines that a structure is not significant historically, then you get that $200 check back, and the applicant can go away and move on with their building permit. We all think this is a silly process, and we are hoping to change this so that the decision is about the fee is made at the staff level rather than having to wait for a preservation commission meeting to happen. So what we are proposing is when an application comes in to demo a structure, when staff make the initial determination that it is insignificant, then the demo fee would be $100. And if it's found by staff to be significant, again, initially, and therefore go to the Preservation Commission, then the fee would be $850. I also included in the memo for you all backup information of why it costs that much for our staff to spend on significant cases. And I can go through that in detail, but from the applicant's perspective, basically that fee is changing from $300 to $850 in order to cover our staff cost. I'm going to pause there. I'm hoping this is a fairly simple request, but we're happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you so much, Kara. Any questions about this? It seems pretty straightforward. Is this a public hearing? Hold on, let me just check. No? Okay. So maybe we can vote the language? Okay. So I will offer up the vote language. Thank you, Devin. So a vote to update the demolition certificate fees related to the preservation division. Is that a good enough summary? As recommended by the Director of Planning. Thank you, my Vice Chair. Any comments before I call the roll? No? Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you, Kara.
Thank you. And thank you to Jake for attending in case there was questions.
Yes.
Um,
Oh, and you are on for our next agenda item, Zoning Board of Appeals fee update.
yes, I have 3 in a row with you all tonight. We can do the Board of Appeals or we can do the MBTA multifamily one. Let's do the Board of Appeals. So this again, I believe is a simple request. As I think everybody here knows, the Brookline tab has announced that they will be coming out with digital only versions of their local paper beginning in May. So we are working through what that means with all of the departments. Almost all the departments in Town Hall have some kind of, federal, state, or local, or just good PR kind of standard practice to put legal ads, or sometimes, just big ads in our local paper to make sure that the general public has notice of a public hearing or perhaps a grant, or, all kinds of different reasons. Most urgently, our Zoning Board of Appeals has a number of cases every month, and the State Zoning Act, known as Chapter 40A, requires by state law that any zoning board of appeals case, such as a special permit, has to have a legal ad in a local paper of circulation for 2 weeks prior to a public hearing. We have talked with other municipalities, the planning professional organizations, Mass Municipal Association, our Lawyers Association, and there are, at least a dozen communities that are all going through this sudden change at the same time. And we are hopeful. I learned earlier today that there are a couple state legislators, one including Wellesley, I don't remember the other community, who are working on a legislative fix to be considered by the State House, such that these legal ad requirements could be digital only. But until that state requirement gets fixed, we need to at least cover our expenses. So right now, and for many, many years, we have carried over exactly the advertising cost to the applicants. And for many, many years with the Brookline tab, that's been $21 per case. So very low. Without the tab in publication, we've looked at some alternatives, and we're still talking through those alternatives with our legal department. But there's some legal issues with some others that are in circulation, such as we've looked at a new paper that is carried in Norfolk County. We've looked at the Bay State Banner. Those are just two examples. And there's some concerns that we still have on relying on either of those publications. So in the meantime, we need to take applications in. We can't just stop our business. So we're doing a couple things. We're immediately trying to help our applicants as best we can. Every single case that we even possibly know about and that has a decision from the building department, we are advertising early in the month of April. So it could be that the Brookline tab is a very big addition for the month of April by getting all of those ads in at the $21 price. And then we're asking for the select board to change the fees for the ZBA to simply cover the newspaper advertising with a cap of $3,108, which is the current cost to advertise in the Boston Globe for 2 consecutive weeks. We are hoping that this will be fixed, even within the next couple months, but we do not have it within our budget to carry, $30,000 a month, if that's what we have to move forward with. That's it in a nutshell. We're looking to cover the newspaper costs, but we would float that cost, based on our actual cost to the paper. We would charge people exactly whatever publications we determine are legally available to us.
Thank you, Kara. Questions from select board members? Raul?
I mean, just more to point out, I really hope that the legislature works quickly on this because, I appreciate that we're not going to carry the cost for this, but, I'm sure there's some cases, some things that are coming to the ZBA for which maybe $3,108 or a smaller percentage of the investment that'll be made in the changes there. For others, that is just nearly prohibitive for others. And so in any case, I don't see much else we can do about this right now except pass on the costs for poorly written legislation on to the folks that are applying to the ZBA. But I hope we won't have to do it for too long because that's a lot of money.
Miriam?
I read the memo, and I think one of the things I noticed was you're trying to price the Herald, which would be cheaper. Is that so? Is there a provision that if you do get the price for the Herald that's cheaper, you'll be able to charge the lower fee? Is that written in?
Yes, absolutely. So the fee would only cover the cost that we actually incur. I did mention that we did get a price from the Herald of $1,582. However, we are hearing from multiple sources that the Herald also will probably stop printing very soon. And so we didn't want to have to come back to the select board in that case. I also need to make triple sure that our town council agrees that the Boston Herald will work as a paper in general circulation. But that is what we hope to be able to get to once things settle a little bit in the next couple of weeks, would be, for example, charging $1,582 if the Herald does indeed work out legally for us. For as long as they are offering print, and then if they went away, we'd want the flexibility to, what's the next paper that's still standing? That would probably be the Globe.
Bernard.
Yes, Carrie, you mentioned the Bay State banner. I'm wondering, and maybe town council could answer this. The Bay State banner is not widely circulated in Brookline, but would we be able to give notice to people who are putting ads or who need to have ads put in that this is where they? Who would you give notice to? Would we be able to give notice to the public that they ought to look for these ads in the Bay State banner or another newspaper that has limited circulation?
Absolutely. And we've had conversations with our DPW to, get all of the papers that are still in newspaper boxes in town. We've talked to Brookline Library to see what they're circulating, and they'd be willing to, include additional subscriptions if it helps. And we've talked to the Booksmith, and I don't have a decision from town council's office tonight, one way or the other about Bay State banner, but that is certainly one that is being looked at.
I just want to acknowledge Callanan, our town council.
So the issue here is a very small part of what notice is required. As Kara talked about, we can do community outreach in many different ways, but there's legal requirements in such as 40A and other places that notice be in newspapers of general circulation. So that's what we're trying to have some print newspaper fit that definition, and it might be the Bay State banner. We talking about the Patriot Ledger in Norfolk. Do we go out to Metro West in Framingham? It's just trying to find the best solution to fit into that legal definition of a newspaper of general circulation. But that wouldn't be the only way that people would be getting noticed. It would still be, you could put it on the website. You could put, notices on big. This is just one little piece of what notice is to community residents about what different boards are doing.
Yeah, I mean, like Raul said, this is very costly for some people, maybe not all, and finding a cheaper alternative for that little piece of the process would be, I think, very beneficial to us.
Thank you for answering that on the spot. My first thought when I was hearing Kara, describe this, who reads the actual paper anymore and doesn't get it online? It would be, I'm sure the original intention was, to reach people, but how many people are you actually reaching with a physical copy as opposed to digital ones? I mean, if the intention is to try to reach as many people as possible, it's just, it is kind of funny that it is now costly, and I'm not sure who it's even reaching. So I do hope that the state legislature builds in a little bit more flexibility as to what the true intent is, which is to reach people. Any further discussion on this topic before I move the language? Raul.
Yeah, just briefly, I just count me in support of what Bernard mentioned about the Bay State banner. I think that's a wonderful idea, and I'd love to see it more in circulation in Brookline anyway. So we can support them and get just a broader variety of news coming into Brookline. So I think it's a wonderful idea if we can make it work.
Great. Okay, I'm going to move the language. I move approval of the fee change for the Zoning Board of Appeals advertising as recommended by the Director of Planning and Community Development, as outlined in item 10 of Exhibit D, the Town of Brookline Board of Appeals application filing fee schedule. Thank you, Devin. All those in favor? Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. And then circling back to the agenda item that I totally skipped over, which is the Department of Housing and Community Development requirement.
Great. I am trying to share my screen. Here we go. Hold on just a second. Okay, so this is a rather complex issue, but the good news is I'm not asking you to make any complex decisions tonight. What I'm asking tonight is that we fulfill one very small piece of this law that I'll get into in related draft guidelines, which is to submit an online PDF that's about 5 questions long and summarizes where we think we are in compliance with this zoning law as of today. So this is complex. It's good that you're getting an early presentation, and the presentation is required in order to remain in compliance, but I am not asking you to make any policy decisions tonight. So what are we talking about? Even the title is so long. Multifamily zoning for MBTA communities was a piece of the economic development bill that was passed last January 2021. And in that bill, there's a portion of the bill, of the law, that says to be eligible for funding from MassWorks, Local Capital Projects Fund, or the Housing Choice Initiative, an MBTA community such as Brookline shall have, quote, at least one zoning district of reasonable size in which multifamily housing is permitted as of right. So first question that we asked ourselves amongst different departments is, how could we use this funding? How do we use it now? How might we use it in the future? And MassWorks grants are certainly something that we're familiar with, that has to do with public infrastructure grants, improvements to public properties. The Housing Choice Initiative grants also would include things like master plans, planning studies. And Local Capital Project Fund is not a grant kind of category on its own, but is a source of funding that in recent years has been used by the governor to partially fund an appropriation directly to local housing authorities, but there has not been any municipal application process as part of those funds. We discussed with the town administrator's office and DPW things like, how could we use this funding in the near future or in out years? We do not currently rely on any MassWorks funding for, say, capital improvement projects, but the MassWorks grant program has grown over recent years, and just last year averaged about just over $1 million per project and awarded them to 51 communities. So that's certainly a source of funds that we are all looking to use in the future. And as a footnote, we did apply recently for a grant related to Kent Street, which was not awarded because they determined the project was not quite shovel ready. In out years, we are aware that the state could funnel more state funding through these programs to tie incentive-based standards, like having a zoning district where you can build multifamily by right. But currently, there's not any immediate cause for panic. So this slide, I think some of you will be very interested in, and DHCD, who has written these draft guidelines about the law, has been asked this probably by every community that this law affects. And that is basically, if we don't care about the funding, do we really have to comply? Is compliance with this law optional? And this is a quote of their response added to their frequently asked questions a couple weeks ago. And they point out that the law says that a community such as ours shall have a multifamily district. And their first read on this is that shall means that yes, you are required, whether or not you are applying for any funding. We expect more will come out of what that actually means, or what kind of steps the state or DHCD might take for those communities that don't comply. But that's where we are today. That's what we know. The topic that's discussed most often with presentations from DHCD is tied to those state funding buckets. So the Department of Housing and Community Development, that's DHCD, recently released the draft guidance, and this is kind of guidance regulations that are related to the law. And what that guidance says, it's very long, but with respect to how Brookline might comply to having an as of right zoning district that allows multifamily units. We're doing great on like 9/10 of the requirements. We don't have limits on age, size of units. We don't have limits on number of bedrooms, the size of bedrooms, and number of occupants for multifamily buildings. And we do allow, as of right, multifamily development as the state is defining it, which is at least 3 units a parcel. We also allow, as of, we also do have zoning districts that are at least 50 acres in size and near MBTA stations and the right density, which is 15 units an acre. So all of that's the good news. The bad news is if we put all of that together along with some of the other reasons based on location or demolition that requires special permits, we knock a lot of those areas out, and we would only have we would only be able to show that we have the capacity to build much less than what the state is requiring from Brookline, which is to show capacity of 6,990 units. I'm going to try to quickly walk through why that's the case. We currently allow multifamily development in our F, which is 3-family, multifamily, and then our business district. So that's everything in the pale green parcels that you see here, and you can see the MBTA tracks, and this kind of half green line of the northern half of Brookline lines up with our transit overlay district, so it's a good proxy for what's within a half mile of the T. So this is everywhere where we could technically build multifamily as of right. So it seems like we should be able to get there, but then we start layering on other zoning provisions. So if you are demolishing a structure in the Coolidge Corner Overlay District, which is this large gray blurb here, that requires a special permit. If you have anything that's along some of our major routes in town, those require a special permit. And so when we look at what's left, and because we also require a special permit for any development of 4 or more units, it narrows us down to, showing that we could comply with 3-family multifamily development units in these green parcels that are left. And that's about 2,000 units, which doesn't meet that capacity that the state is looking for. So timeline to remain in compliance. We're checking off one tonight. We're holding a briefing. And so I hope to submit information regarding where we are with our current compliance, get that done tonight. By March of 2023, next year, we would need to have a state approved action plan of how we think we would come into compliance. And then by December of next year, would actually have to adopt any zoning changes to come into compliance. And as a baby step, DHCD is still has stopped taking comments now on their guidance, but there's significant discussion and a lot of questions that are unanswered. For example, local historic districts, whether or not that counts. I mean, there's just 1,000 questions that aren't answered yet. So what we are recommending is to wait until that final guidance is issued. And it could be late summer, early fall, and we will then return to the planning board with some ideas of how we think we could move forward in discussion with them. And then, of course, we'd come back to the select board with any suggestions. I can move into a section where we talk about potential ideas for how we could comply, but I'm not going to go into detail. I'll just point out that as an example, we believe that one way we could comply is if we got rid of a design review special permit requirement of the 4 or more units and instead bump that up to 12 or more as a trigger. And if we kept all of our inclusionary zoning requirements and processes the same, but didn't also require a special permit. And if the parking reductions that were recently passed by town meeting didn't require a special permit, the combination of those 3 things, we believe we could come into compliance. So there's probably 1,000 different combinations of everything you're seeing here. That just gives you kind of a sense of what would need to change as one example. In the select board packets that you have in front of you tonight, I'm asking that we be permitted to submit information to the Department of Housing Community Development regarding where we think we are with our current compliance with the guidelines. And it basically says that while we have zoning that allows as of right development at the required density, our zoning also has several provisions that otherwise trigger special permits based on location of where that parcel is, or our current special permit process with affordable housing units, and therefore can't meet the capacity. And I will stop there and also share with you all, as our initial hybrid meeting is going, that it is very difficult to read the audience remotely because I cannot see any of you even now, for example. So it's just a good note for us to work out in the future.
Thank you, Kara. I just have one question, then I'll acknowledge Miriam, who has her hand up. For some of the things that you said could potentially lead us to be in compliance that involve town meeting, is that a 50% plus, one requirement, or is that 2/3?
It would likely be a 50% if we could show that the result of such a change would increase housing.
Got
would
it.
make it easier to build housing.
Okay, thank you. Miriam.
So actually, that was one of my questions. I had two questions. And then my other question is, looking at slide 19, you proposed these recommendations for how we could become in compliance. None of those actually increase the kind of, I don't know how to say it, the acreage, the land, the available space. It just changes the permitting process. Am I understanding that correctly? And is there any value in discussing actually making more space available, physical space?
Like, do you mean increasing the allowable density in some of our zoning districts?
Yeah, I mean, I look at I'm looking at the map and I'm looking about where my house is, and there's absolutely, just white for everywhere. So I'm just wondering, is there opportunities for us to actually make more pale green? And is that a conversation we should be having?
Yes.
Let me rephrase that. That is a conversation we should be having. So I just would like to have it.
I like the clarity. Thank you. Yes, all of the areas that were not shown in green are areas that permit single or two family units, but not 3 or more family units. And that is one of the basic requirements in the guidelines, is that they are defining multifamily as 3 or more units. So if we wanted to switch that, there's a couple of ideas that are, circulating within town and also between towns talking to each other. For example, could you, in single family districts where you permit accessory dwelling units, could you consider permitting 2 accessory dwelling units on a single family lot? Or maybe you do that in some of the 2 family districts and not the single family districts. Those are all options that will take a lot of community conversation before deciding, but certainly all things, dials that could be looked at, analyzed, and then, go through the public process.
Thank you.
Any other, Raul?
I saw John getting ready. If you want to jump in first?
Sure.
Feel free.
Sure. I just want to say that I'm a little disappointed in this legislation, in that, and I think that people need to think seriously about what's happening with this legislation. Does anyone think that Brookline could easily accommodate 6,000 more units of housing in the near future? That's a lot of housing. And does anyone think it should all be built, in particular areas close to T-stops that in fact could end up at the end of the day overcrowding the MBTA system? The idea of sort of figuring out for Brookline and for other communities as well where housing should go is not appealing to me. I'm sorry to say that. I hope that this isn't shocking to people in the state legislature or at the MAPC, which is, where these kinds of initiatives originate is in the proposition that regional planning agencies know better than people in their own communities how to plan additional housing. I happen to disagree with that proposition. And as somewhat of a serious proposal, but maybe not so serious a proposal, I would love our very esteemed town council to consider the possibility that this is a unfunded mandate and consider the possibility that we might have some kind of redress as to the impact that this would have on our community. For example, if people would just consider for a second, what is it going to do to the population of our already highly pressured school system, to have to accommodate the inevitable increase in enrollments that would come from adding 6,000 units of housing. That isn't cheap. Education is the most important thing we do, and it's for a reason. It costs a lot of money, and the state currently really does not fund appropriately public education as it is provided in communities that take seriously providing public education. Is the state prepared to step forward and cover the additional costs that will fall on communities for the additional enrollments in school systems from these attempts to mandate increases of thousands of units of housing in communities? Just a question. I'll leave it sort of hanging in the air, and I'll defer to my colleague to speak.
So right. Well, I just want to address two things that John brought up. One, I personally would not be in favor of pushing too hard back on the state. A lot of our state money, the formula is based on population. So as the population grows, yes, we would potentially get more state funding. And then as somebody who works in transportation and loves it as an industry, this is a chicken and egg problem that has confounded nearly, every community. If you build it, will they come? Do you build the housing so that there are enough people to justify improvements in the transit? Or do you spend millions of dollars improving the transit and then hope the people will move there? There are arguments for either side of that. So I personally think if you build in, the demand, then we put pressure on the state to have to provide more resources to the MBTA. But, that hasn't exactly worked out in the past, decades. So I could be wrong. Raul?
Yeah, that was interesting to hear John's perspective on that, which is definitely different than my own. I'll just say we certainly need more abundant housing, not just in communities outside of Brookline, but also within Brookline as well. Where that housing goes, there's nothing stopping us from except the will of town meeting, from altering zoning in the southern part of Brookline to allow for more housing development there. Folks, town meeting members, I should say, in South Brookline haven't been too keen on that idea in the past. So if we can get them on board with wanting to build more housing in less dense areas of Brookline, I think it's a good idea. And, and then partnering that with greater investment in bus lines and perhaps other forms of transit, let's do it. I don't see that happening anytime soon. Those of us who live in and around North Brookline, now not everybody there is okay with the level of density we have right now, and many of us, quite frankly, are. As far as I see it, there is a significant delta between, according to our current zoning, what we, our capacity level, I hear from Kara around like 2,000. And again, there's many more units than that, but that qualify under this guidance versus the 6,990 that we're asking to create the conditions for. But as far as I can tell, it would probably take decades before we ever realize and reach a number like that. This would not happen overnight. I remember, it's been years since we approved the Waldo Durgan development. I think they just started doing something there, and I think that was years ago. So I can't even imagine how long it would take us to reach 6990 according to these guidelines, literally decades, I think. So I think it's certainly not any kind of emergency. And I think this is something we should welcome for other reasons as well. The one question I did have is, it looks like we have until December of next year to adopt an action plan for zoning changes. What happens if we don't?
So that's the question that a lot of municipal attorneys are asking amongst themselves. Certainly as a starting point, the law itself has made clear that it's tied to funding sources. Some planners groups have imagined, in the case where we rely on funding that goes through agencies like Department of Housing Community Development for things like affordable housing, that in the future that could be, tied to complying with this. There was also an interesting opinion article that was published, and I'm blanking on which publication, but an independent group was opining that after that date, could somebody like could an advocacy group for developers or for housing on a kind of regional basis test the law by applying the next day for a multifamily district as of right, and if that wasn't allowed, that they would then have some kind of legal case against the town. At least we do have some zoning districts where this is allowed as of right, but it's unclear what the penalties would be, how fast they would roll out. In the public comment period has been robust across, kind of the eastern half of the state. And I'm looking forward to seeing where the draft guidance actually lands. For example, there's a requirement that such a zoning district be 50 acres in size. It may make sense for communities like Brookline for that to be, a smaller zoning district where you're allowing the process to be as of right. But if your average density gets you to the same number of units, maybe it shouldn't matter that there's that 50-acre minimum size. I do want to also take the advantage of saying that the guidance does not require, it is unlike 40B law, so it does not require that units actually get built, nor does it even require that you show that you could build that many net new units. So for example, if one really wanted to game the system, we could have some very convoluted zoning district, say between Washington Square and Coolidge Corner, where we already have very tall multifamily buildings along Beacon Street, and choose a density that's 30% lower than what's already constructed, and meet the letter of the law, but most likely not see any construction using that law, never mind any net new units. I bring that up as a theoretical example. What I think would be a waste of public funds and public attention on this matter right now is that kind of argument of what makes the most sense of, how much are we trying to squeak through versus take large strides towards adding housing as part of the region. I think my suggestion is let's wait and see where the guidance lands, start that conversation with the planning board, and then come back to you with some suggested next steps.
Can I add one more thing?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, just briefly, I'll just say, there's an opportunity here during this time period for us to also rethink our affordable housing requirements, our inclusionary zoning bylaw. I just say, I care about housing for people. I don't care if a developer makes $1 or not. Like the only reason I want them to build things is that so people can live in them, and the more affordably, the better. I think deeply affordable housing is necessary. And as Bernard has talked about a lot on this board, that sort of middle income affordability, also for people who want to live here and make it a home, a real permanent home, because they may not be able to afford to buy a home in Brookline. So anyway, I think that I'm hoping that the Housing Advisory Board, I know Heather's on it, can be thinking about, moving forward if we do make some changes in this particular area, maybe also in this particular area, we make, maybe a sort of inclusionary zoning overlay or something that's a little bit different in this place that isn't just a handout to developers, but also creates meaningfully affordable housing in the area too.
Miriam, did you?
I'm just going to reiterate that I think this is an opportunity, and we have to see it as an opportunity, even though it has some, requirements and restrictions. Those requirements, frankly, we weren't going to do this without that legislation. So it's pushing us to do something that needs to be done, and this is a chance for us to think about all the different ways that we can do it, and to Raul's point, to create more housing that more people can access.
Kara, did you need a vote tonight?
Yes, please, just a vote to authorize me to submit that one-page PDF to the state about how we believe to what extent we believe we comply to the guidance.
Okay, I will try to scratch down a vote. Bernard.
Yeah, and let me just add something that is not directly but indirectly related to this, and that is, we all want more affordable housing, I think, but in this type of economy, in this type of market, getting a lot of additional housing in certain areas may have the opposite effect of what we want. In that, for example, we always use the example of the seaport, right? Horrible example because it was based on total lack of planning and thought to the consequences of doing what was done down there. But there are a lot of affordable housing units in the seaport, like maybe some small percentage, but there are zillions of high cost luxury housing. And the problem with that is that the affordable housing units are there, but then the high cost units jack up the rents in other areas. And in Brookline, that means jacking up rents in what are now middle income housing units, that don't get counted in a lot of our, research, but are out there, and that we're losing now. Matter of fact, Waldo Durgan, the original plans for that had a 3-bedroom unit at $11,000. Well, what's that going to do to the housing, within blocks of that go for? I happen to know that there are units. I lived in one, where 3 bedrooms were like 1/5 of that. So I think we just have. This is a very complex issue. I think we have to be very careful that we don't stumble into unintended consequences. But yeah.
I think we're saying the same thing.
No, we are. I just want to emphasize that we got to look at the long-term consequences of this and make sure that we're not, really undermining that middle-income segment of the market.
So this is a conversation that we will probably continue to have on this board, and we have many conversations or many agenda items left on our agenda tonight. So I'm going to move us along.
Thank you.
Kara needs a vote. I will. Thank you. I don't think this is a public hearing, right? And you'll just let me know if anybody raises their hand or, tries to. Jonathan Klein, if he wants to make a public comment.
By the way, I thought this was just a report that planning department was supposed to give us as opposed to a vote.
Yeah, she needs to send
Okay, sorry.
information to the state.
Okay, got
Yeah.
it. Got it.
Jonathan, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and you'll have 3 minutes.
I won't use 3 minutes. I know you're running late. Thank you for recognizing me. Jonathan Klein, town meeting member, precinct 10, soon to be 17, and a member of the Housing Advisory Board. I really appreciate the conversation you've had tonight. I appreciate the work of the planning department. The thing I'm a little surprised didn't get mentioned, and I just want to mention for completeness, is that we are in the midst of a housing production plan, which started 6 months ago and has about 6 months to go. There have been a number of public forums, a lot of public input. There's a lot of good work being done. And it seems to me that that ties in really nicely with what we need to do here. And so I want to just call that to everyone's attention, raise it up. It's a really critical and important process, and it gives us the opportunity to do the planning for how we can begin, hopefully, to meet the requirements of the statute, which I hope we do, enthusiastically. Thank you for your time.
Great. I will move language for Kara. I move authorization for the planning director to submit the MBTA community information form to DHCD. All those in favor, Bernard,
Aye.
Raul,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye.
Thank
At
you
this
all.
time, we're gonna do a little bio break. I need to stretch my legs because I'm still on Dubai time. Just 2 minutes. I promised the public like 2 minutes, and it's probably been 4 or 5. And from my estimation, we probably have at least another hour and a half. Okay, so welcome back. Yeah. You go. You know. You know. Okay. So now we are on to special outdoor seating license. Meredith and Todd.
Good evening. I'm Meredith Mooney, Acting Economic Development Director, and I'm joined tonight by Ricky Zaher, who's the General Manager of Prairie Fire, as well as Todd Corain. We are here to talk about Prairie Fire's proposal to, or request to extend a special temporary license for seasonal outdoor dining on a portion of the Webster Street Municipal Parking Lot that's adjacent to their restaurant. So I'm going to talk a little bit more. I'll turn it back over to Ricky to talk about his proposal and then continue with a short presentation. So the Select Board approved a seasonal outdoor seating license for Prairie Fire's temporary use of a portion of the Webster Street lot last year. As you'll recall, Prairie Fire is one of a handful of local restaurants that had a temporary COVID-era expanded outdoor dining located on public property that doesn't fit within the framework of the town's new outdoor dining program, which pertains to restaurant seating located on the public sidewalk area or parking spaces adjacent to a restaurant storefront. Staff had hoped to develop a more permanent licensing and fee structure for these special outdoor seating cases ahead of the start of the 2022 outdoor dining season. However, staff will need additional time to develop and present a comprehensive proposal to the Select Board about how to move forward with these special outdoor seating cases. So in the meantime, these special cases will need to be taken on a case-by-case basis. In this case, Prairie Fire is seeking approval to utilize a little over half of the Webster Street parking lot in Coolidge Corner. So that's about 6 out of the 11 total parking spaces in that lot to create an outdoor dining and gathering space for the community through November 15th of 2022. And so I'll turn it over to Ricky just to talk a little bit more about their proposal.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for the time. Yeah, we're just really hoping to be considered again for another season of the outdoor patio in the Webster Street lot. Last year, we were able to run it with the town's approval from August until, I believe, early November. And we weren't really sure what to expect. Initially, the idea was to have a very dynamic outdoor space, similar to some other areas across the city where it was kind of an area where it wasn't on the street. I think initially we were looking at front facade seating at Prairie Fire on Harvard Street, and we both, myself and Dan Kerrigan, the owner of Prairie Fire, decided that we thought it would be kind of pretty tumultuous outdoor dining scenario for us just because of the traffic that is on Longwood and Harvard Street itself. We noticed that there were benches there from the town that allowed the local community to gather and dine publicly, and we asked about potentially having it be operated by an actual restaurant. So we were able to get approval last year, and we're hoping to do it again this year. We did have, at least in our opinion, a really successful season, even for the 3 months that we had it open. A lot of community support. A lot of families really commented how comfortable they were out there with their children, which was also something that we didn't really consider initially, but we're really happy that the community found that space really safe for them and their families. And it was just a huge help to us. I mean, after being closed for 10 months for COVID, having another space to increase our capacity, but also to kind of offer another style of dining was a very significant boost to us to kind of come back to the community and be open again. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but we're just hoping to be considered again for the season and hopefully run it from April until November with kind of the same premise, same capacity and style of service.
Great. Thank you, Ricky. Do I recall that we worked out a deal the last time to have some publicly available seating and then also the restaurant's own seating?
We did. So we're only open for dinner. So we basically have had a staff last year take care of the space the moment that anyone arrives in the building. So usually someone's here by 11 or 12 in the afternoon. We clean the space every day. The tables are available to the public. So anyone from Subway or other neighboring businesses, Shake and Crab, Michael's Deli, we offered that space for people to dine with food that they had purchased to go from those businesses. The only thing that we didn't do is when we were open for dinner from 4 to 10 p.m., we took over the space solely because of alcohol service. We thought that would be kind of a complicated situation to allow other members from other areas coming in if we couldn't control kind of what was happening when we were actually actively serving alcohol in that space.
Great, thank you. Meredith, have we received any complaints about this for the past year?
Not that I'm aware of, although I can check with Todd.
So our office, Brookline Transportation Office, as well as the police department, initially received some noise-related complaints when it first opened. However, I know that the Brookline Police Department worked with Prairie Fire to address those early on, and we hadn't received any complaints since then. I will say that, you know, those of you who know the Webster Street lot is not the nicest lot necessarily, and Prairie Fire worked very hard over the duration of their occupancy of it, and even continuing after their occupancy to keep the area cleaned up, maintained very well. They've been a strong partner in this area. So our office is supportive of this.
Thank you, Todd.
So I do have a little bit more of the presentation, sort of the table setting for.
Well, let's just hit a pause button because I've got some questions from select board members.
I would just say, I do recall receiving one letter of support from Bruce Levine, I think, who's on CMAC with me. So that letter holds a lot of weight.
Great. Any other comments or questions from Bernard?
Yeah, if it's the same letter I received, I mean, not only should hold a lot of weight because whatever you're on with them, but because it's very specific in terms of appreciating you know, how Prairie Fire actually ran that space and you know, a lot of other specific things, which is very helpful when we get comments from the public, you know, where they talk about the specific ways in which someone has done something good or bad. So
one of the things that was a reoccurring theme when I was new to select board was that Coolidge Corner didn't have a lot of outdoor dining space. And that Webster Street lot only has like maybe 14 spaces or something. So it's really the perfect size for some outdoor dining opportunities. It's, you know, away from the hustle and bustle. It's kind of nestled, provides a little bit of privacy. It's not obstructing the sidewalks. So I'm pleased to see that it's being utilized by both the public and a restaurant. Meredith, did you have too much more to say? Because it sounds like we are fairly favorable. And John, actually, hold on. Let me acknowledge John, who might have a question.
Thanks very much. It's a question for Meredith. And by the way, I have enjoyed that outdoor space at Prairie Fire and really favor continuing with this. They've been a great steward of that space. I mean, they provide great service there, great food. At the same time, I'm curious as to where we are in our implementation schedule, which is sort of year by year for fees for use of outdoors, of public spaces such as parking spaces on the street for dining. And how do we structure the fees that come from this particular situation where it's not sort of just 1, 2, or 3 spaces on the street, but it's a parking area?
Yes, great question. I think that's actually a perfect segue back into the remaining part of my presentation, where the staff is recommending. So as I said before, we were hoping that we would have developed, you know, a more comprehensive licensing scheme and fee structure to apply to these special outdoor seating cases. We need some more time to do that. But so with staff for the time being is recommending a fee of $1,285 for this temporary license. This is the same fee amount, and I can pull up a chart actually that shows the fee implementation schedule that the select board approved back in September. So this fee amount is the same as the annual on-street fee for the regular outdoor dining program, which went into effect April 1st. And even though Prairie Fire's use of the Webster Street lot is on a seasonal basis, The restaurant is occupying 6 parking spaces, which is double the number of spaces that any other restaurant participating in the standard outdoor dining program has access to. So we feel that sort of the higher annual level would be more appropriate, just given the nature of their proposal. And I will share my screen and pull up the fee schedule. So this is the fee schedule that the select board approved for the new outdoor dining program. So as of April 1st, and we're still working with restaurants to process their applications for the new outdoor seating license. So these are the fees that go into effect for this year, and they're mostly just that administrative base fee for that type of license. And then, this is the current increase that we're proposing, although the select board has said that you'd like to approve the increase before those are actually implemented. And we're hopeful that we'll be able to develop sort of an alternative fee structure in working with some of our business community partners and advisory boards and committees for you to consider.
Great.
So on the topic of the fee for Prairie Fire, back in January, the select board did also approve Punch Bowl Tavern's request to extend their expanded outdoor seating, which is on River Road. So just, to ensure equity amongst these special outdoor seating cases with the rest of our restaurants, we're proposing that Punch Bowl pay a fee of $360, which is based on the annual sidewalk fee that's in the regular outdoor seating program. So we're kind of looking for guidance on these 3 issues related to proposing the extension of Prairie Fire's use of the Webster Street lot, approving the fee that we've proposed for Prairie Fire, and then also approving the fee that we proposed for Punch Bowl, which they have already agreed to pay for if the select board goes in that direction.
So am I moving 3 different votes?
Perhaps the Prairie Fire could be taken as 1 vote, and Punch Bowl could be taken as a second.
Are we setting the rate tonight? I thought we already did.
This would just be for these 2 special outdoor seating cases, which fall beyond the scope of the outdoor seating program.
Got
So
it.
they're applying it to their temporary license.
Got it. Thank you. John?
Yeah, Meredith, I'm not sure I heard correctly. Is there a different fee for Prairie Fire than for Punch Bowl?
Yes. And so we're trying to apply the fees that we have put a lot of thought into with our standardized outdoor seating program and those licenses, and trying to find what's the most comparable configuration to the special outdoor seating cases that we have. So with the example of River, with the example of Punch Bowl, for example, their outdoor seating extends onto River Road, but doesn't occupy any parking spaces, whereas Prairie Fire is taking up 6 parking spaces. So we felt that the most comparable license fee based on our outdoor dining program would be the annual sidewalk fee of $360.
So it's an opportunity cost calculation based on the other, an alternative use.
Yes.
And one last question. Do we factor in the number of parking spaces that a particular restaurant uses and multiply that times the fee? Or do we just 3 parking spaces is the same fee as 1 parking space?
So for the outdoor seating program, any of the restaurants that participate in the outdoor seating program that are doing on-street, they occupy 3 spaces. It's standardized across all participants in town.
Oh,
And so the fee is based on the estimated parking meter revenue lost per parking space for the duration of the restaurant's use of that for dining.
got it. Thanks.
Raul?
All right. So 2 things. One, I agree that I think Prairie Fire has been a good steward of the space. I've been there numerous times, enjoyed it. I'd love to see more investment in the look and feel of the space. Just going to say that. I think that would be that would make it even better. If Prairie Fire is good with the fee and it seems reasonable enough, that's good. On Punch Bowl, I think I understand we're not losing any parking spaces there or any revenue there. We are closing an entire street, and I don't know that we've thought well enough about what that is, what it is that we're doing there. In any case, and I don't have an alternative proposal for that tonight, so happy to support what you have in front of us right now, but I think it needs to be thought through more. I'm looking at the fee structure, and there's a $50 difference between the seasonal sidewalk and the annual sidewalk. Seems to me we might just want to combine that into one, meet in the middle and then combine that into one fee moving forward. But again, I know we approved some of this before, but just some things to think about as we move forward. In any case, just generally speaking, the outdoor dining this past year has just been spectacular. I was out a lot more. I felt a lot safer being outside. I enjoyed being outside. It was something, as Heather said, that's really been missing from the scene in Brookline. And I hope that the things we've been doing to try to lift up small businesses continue to work for them. And we've gotten nothing but good feedback from the Small Business Development Committee, which Meredith staffs and I chair. So I'm looking forward to moving forward on this.
Great. Okay, so let's move to the votes. So let's dispense with the Prairie Fire one first, because I actually know what I'm saying. I move approval of the extension of the special outdoor seating license for Prairie Fire Restaurant through November 2022. All those in favor, Bernard,
Aye.
Raul,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. So do you need a similar vote for Punch Bowl?
I guess the question of does a formal vote need to be taken to approve the fees? And I defer to the select board. Todd is nodding his head, so I think the fee vote is a good idea.
Yeah, because these do not fall under the existing fees that were passed by the select board for the normal outdoor dining. This board previously took a vote to issue a temporary license to Punch Bowl at that time, but did not assess a fee. So if the board wants to add a fee, I do think staff will need a vote to do that.
Got it. Thank you very much, Todd. Thank you, Devin. So I will move approval of the fee for the special outdoor seating license for Punch Bowl. And I'm just going to leave it right there. To the agreed upon amount worked out by our acting economic development director and our transportation director. All those in favor? Bernard,
Aye.
Raul,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
John, sorry.
Aye.
Okay. And the chair votes aye. Thank you so much for
Thank you.
working on this. Do we,
Punch Bowl? Did we do that together?
uh,
Did we do the Punch Bowl vote?
I think that included the Punch Bowl,
Well-
right? Yes.
I agree with that too.
Okay. Do I need to move any other language or is that good?
I think we're good. Thank you.
Okay,
All right.
excellent. You know how to get in touch with us if you need a follow-up.
Yes, and it is the staff's intention to return to the select board later this year with an update on the outdoor dining program and to revisit this fee discussion that we started tonight.
Great. Thank you so much. So the next two agenda items are kind of related, pedestrian-friendly lighting resolution and a resolution on the Vision Zero Study Committee. Since the same staff will be presenting both, I just kind of want to take them as a group. So Erin, do you want to just give a very brief overview?
I would. Erin Chute Galentine, Commissioner of Public Works in Brookline. So there's a lot of information that has been provided in your packet, and both of these themes are topics that we have had, I think, really robust conversations with the select board in the past. So you're very familiar with these items. So the first is a proposed resolution expressing the importance of pedestrian-friendly street lighting and a commitment to the creation of a pedestrian-friendly street lighting master plan. Last year, as you'll recollect, the pedestrian-friendly lighting committee submitted the final report to the select board as required by town meeting. This is a quality report initially chaired by Frank Caro, and David Trevette very ably took up the torch and brought that through to completion. The resolution recognizes, the over 63,000 pedestrians in Brookline, The Transportation Board joins Public Works and David Trevette in requesting that the Select Board take a step to endorse the importance of pedestrian-friendly lighting in achieving our walkability, complete streets, and healthy and sustainable transportation mode share goals, and commit to providing support for funding requests to provide the necessary professional and technical services for the creation of this lighting plan. The resolution demonstrates the Select Board's support to fund and advance a plan that will develop policy, goals, standards, and cost estimates to connect our community in a way that supports equity, health, quality of life, safety, and access for pedestrians. We think this is a benefit across the entire town. And I'll note that Public Works had submitted a funding request through the town's ARPA process. So I can stop there if there are any questions on this one, and then I'll move on to the second.
Great, thank you. I know a lot of work has been done on both of these two topics, not only by the Transportation Board, but a committee that Frank Carroll led before he passed away. Raul?
Thanks, Heather. I'm glad to see both of these in front of us and very much supportive of these efforts. The first one on pedestrian lighting, I saw that there's an ARPA proposal to fund this. Are we essentially being asked to commit tonight to either fund it through ARPA or in the budget? Does anybody know? What exactly are we being asked to do if we adopt this resolution?
So I would say that it is a resolution to fund this master plan, but the source of the funding is not identified in this resolution. So it would be Select Board support, whether that's ARPA and it does get supported through the process, or whether it is a future budget initiative or even grant funding as well that we get Select Board support to fund this.
Okay. All right. I don't know how that gets sussed out. Maybe the subcommittee puts something in front of us for ARPA, or we share our views with the subcommittee whether or not we think it should come from ARPA or if it should be in the regular budget. I don't have a preference at this point, but just something we have to figure out.
Any other comments? I will say that this is my top priority for use of ARPA funds, and I have communicated that to the panel.
Well, there you go.
I'll speak to that for a second, which is to say that, next Monday, we will actually be discussing this. So the public hearing agenda is in fact public comment, but there is a component for us agenda to talk. So you'll see what we're presenting as a potential draft slate. We'll hear what the community has to say about it, and then we ourselves will discuss it as a select board. So just so you know, and what we have done, if it's helpful, is we kind of have this wonderful Excel that Tyler has been managing. And we have a tally of like X's in terms of who's supporting what for proposals. So some of the proposals have, the top right now is 5, but we're still adding X's, as we're going through. And I'll say that both of these proposals have high support. So just keep that in mind. I'll also take the opportunity to say not every proposal that you all want will make it. Please, we are trying. But these two are both highly rated so far.
Excellent. Bernard.
Yeah, I agree. This is a very important proposal, but I guess the question is, since there is possible other sources of funding for this particular proposal, and there are many proposals seeking ARPA funds where there are no Plan B sources of funding, we should take that into consideration and maybe. And that's for you to decide.
So I'll speak to that too,
Yeah.
because that's an excellent point, and that is absolutely a part of our overall plan.
Yeah.
So that is in fact being considered as we're looking at all of the proposals. Melissa and Mel and Tyler have been very helpful in forwarding those discussions.
And that's not to minimize the importance of this proposal, but just to, and we're balancing, you and John are balancing a lot of good proposals and very little money. So better you than me.
John,
So are we agreed that this, favoring this resolution does not commit the board to providing ARPA funds for this? Is that what I'm hearing?
that is what you're hearing.
Okay.
And if Chair Hamilton, if I may just add, both
course.
of these resolutions, once the plans are in place, are strategic in that they position the town favorably for future grants. So they're not necessarily plans that are easy to get grants for, or grants that are readily available for this. But once we have these complete, it makes us eligible and more competitive for grants in the future.
John, did
Oh,
you
no,
have a
I'm sorry,
follow-up?
Raul,
Okay, Raul.
Thanks. So, well, Commissioner, what you're definitely hearing on the board is a desire to fund this. We're already trying to figure out where to fund it from. My question is actually going to be for Mel, is because this is our one opportunity, board, to indicate to the subcommittee if we want to have this funded out of the regular budget, we need to indicate it now before they go about doing the rest of their work this coming Friday. So Mel, if this board decided to do that, would that put an undue burden on the budget, or could the budget sustain it?
No, I would not expect the budget would sustain it at this point.
Okay. So would you recommend that we advise our subcommittee to include it as part of our proposals for ARPA?
If you want to, that's where it would need to be funded right now.
Okay, there you go.
We don't, as far as I know, Aaron, we don't have a specific grant program at this time.
Correct.
Identified.
Okay. What does that mean?
Yes, John first. I have a comment, I think, to address the grant opportunity. John.
I guess the easiest way to sum up my feeling on this is that I favor the resolution, but up to the final paragraph of the resolution, which I don't favor, because we're being asked to do something kind of odd here, which is to commit to supporting the DPW's funding requests for something. We should be deciding that when we look at the budget and make decisions on the budget. And if we start like going resolution by resolution to decide what we're going to favor funding, who knows where that would lead. So I don't favor the final paragraph of this resolution.
Hold on, I'm going to address some of these things. So the backstory here is that there are a couple of warrant articles on the warrant right now. We can either, as a board, decide to dispense with that, or we can punt and have a half a night taken up, in May. Either way, we're going to be forced to weigh in and make a decision on these two topics. I'm trying to save us all a bunch of time. I am very passionate about these two subjects, so I am very biased. And I just want to address the grant opportunity. So my day job is actually municipal grants for a variety of municipalities. I work for a civil engineering firm that does a lot of work for municipalities, and I work in the transportation group within that structure. I don't know of too many grants that fund pedestrian lighting. In fact, I know of none. The Vision Zero stuff, I mean, yes, maybe some of the federal money coming for the infrastructure can go for that. We're a complete streets community. We're tier 3. We get pretty much the max, which the state has rolled back on. They're only allowing, I think, for us, for any tier 3 community, it's not $400,000 a year. It's now $400,000 for like the next 5 years. So inclusive. So the money opportunity is shrinking. I believe that our best way to address this issue is ARPA funds. I do think it's eligible. And I've been on the board for 5 years. We continue to have a lot of pedestrian hits and now a fatality. More people are out and about because they're either working from home or it's part of their mental health routine now. I think that this is exactly what the community expects us to do. Miriam.
Okay. I don't disagree with any of that. What I'm just asking is to let the ARPA review committee's process play out, which I'm already hinting to you is very favorable for these two. But I feel like the process is really important here. So I don't want to make promises without us going through the process. So that's all I'm saying. I don't actually disagree. I'm not worried. I think, again, these are very high scoring. The pedestrian one is very high scoring, the 0, not as, but okay. I just want us to go through the process, and we will, as a select board, have our time next Monday. So I just want to I'm with John in the sense that I just don't want us to be promising with this resolution that the ARPA funds will pay for this.
And it is left out intentionally
Okay.
of the language.
That's all I'm asking.
Bernard, did you still have questions about this?
Not about that, but you said something I'd like to sort of get you to elaborate on. My understanding is that this is not really directed towards pedestrian safety so much as pedestrian sort of convenience on the streets and preventing street lighting from sort of intruding into housing as well as on the street. So it's not really a safety issue. It's more of a, I don't want to use a word that suggests it's not important, but it's more of a convenience issue for pedestrians.
So I'll just take
My understanding.
So there are two separate things going on. The pedestrian lighting is more of a kind of functional, like the light shines down as opposed to up, and what you're saying. It's a little cosmetic, but every study that demonstrates when you have more lighting, it does increase safety. Not only do women feel safer, walking at night when it's well lit, but people who have low vision or elderly can see, where they're going. It does improve safety. The Vision Zero is absolutely about safety.
I got the sense that you were referring to sort of pedestrian traffic safety, and I think it's important that we don't let people think that that is being addressed by this. I know that if you have good lighting, you're not going to trip over things in the sidewalk.
Well, the Vision Zero absolutely.
Yeah, the Vision Zero, that's all it
Yeah,
is.
and right now we're having kind of a combined
Yeah.
conversation because I just want to make it efficient, but to your point, one of them addresses it better than the other.
So Chair Hamilton, if you don't mind if I just jump in here real quick.
Of course, Todd.
Two things. One, studies do show that the pedestrian-friendly street lighting that illuminates the sidewalks is not only increases access, but does also increase safety. It increases visibility of, especially at night, of the motorists, between motorists and the pedestrians, especially at crosswalk locations. That typical roadway lighting does not always illuminate, especially as you get away from the commercial areas into more high density residential areas where we have a lot of walking and where we are trying to encourage mode shift change to walking as a more functional mode change. With respect to the resolution and the funding, I believe it was the intention of the initial petitioners as well as the transportation board to leave it as not requiring any certain funding source, so that to give the board flexibility to support it in concept, to commit to funding it while the board and the town administrator and staff work to identify the funds. And this could be ARPA funding, this could be grant funding, this could be FY24 CIP funding. I don't think anyone was contemplating FY23, and since all of that budget process has already played out largely. So that last paragraph does not require, either funding from the operating or capital budget this year or ARPA funding. It could contemplate FY24 CIP funding as well.
Great, Raul.
Yeah, Todd, thanks for those comments, and I appreciate the flexibility that's written into these resolutions. However, we've been talking about these issues for a really long time. I do not see this as an FY24 thing. I see it as an FY23 thing. We're being asked, and we should be asked, to commit funding to this because we cannot just commit in principle. We've done that a million times before. We're all for, pedestrian friendly lighting. We're all for, complete streets. We're all for, Vision Zero. But at some point, we've got to say, as a board, we're committed to funding these programs, and that's what we're being asked to do. If we don't do that tonight, and I hear what Miriam is saying, and about, we cannot, or not wanting us to. I think we can, but not wanting us to. I get not wanting us to commit to using ARPA funds for this tonight because it's a process that's playing out. But we also know that it's either ARPA funding or it's going to hit the budget, because it does need to be an FY23 thing. So we just have to be honest and open and transparent. We're meeting in public here and having a discussion about how we're going to fund this. And the only reason that that folks are not going to be moving this before town meeting is if we make a commitment to fund it. So we just have to do that tonight. I think we should. I see no reason to not fund either of these, and I fully support it. And I think we should just do that and move on, because it's something we have talked about numerous times before, and I think we understand now where the funding needs to come from if we make this commitment.
I will say, I was asked to speak at the vigil held for Patty, who was hit and killed last, I believe, November last fall. And there were a lot of people that came out, and they really wanted answers, and I didn't have very many answers for them. So that has stuck with me, and I will fight very hard to try to prevent what happened to her from happening to someone else in our town. John?
As will I. But with all respect, I think we are now switching back to talking about Vision Zero, which isn't the same thing as pedestrian-friendly lighting. Pedestrian-friendly lighting, in my experience, has been discussed mainly in the context of people who hesitate to go out and take walks at night, because it's important that they be able to and feel safe when they go out to take walks at night. But if there are areas of the sidewalk where, because of light interference in the street lighting from trees, or absence of street lighting that are dark, they can't see the sidewalk, they then don't feel safe, and then they don't go out for a walk at night. That is the context in which pedestrian-friendly lighting has been discussed. If we end up taking a piecemeal approach, and then because of a resolution that has been presented to us, lock in funding for this, it could be we don't have funding for Vision Zero. So you can't just discuss these things in a vacuum. And I don't think we can vote on this resolution, as my colleague to my right has said, as though wink, wink, nudge, nudge, we all know this is voting to put ARPA funding into this. We're not doing that for anyone else's ARPA requests at this point. And I don't think we should do it for this particular request.
I completely disagree.
I know you do.
I mean, pedestrian lighting, as Todd said, as I said, when you increase lighting, you increase safety. And I believe very strongly that the community expects this. It has been the subject of a study committee and a report. It's gone through the process. I don't see it as an either or. I see it as both. And we specifically left out the language that, ARPA money will be used. I am happy to continue to advocate that ARPA money will be used for this purpose. But this was a pretty big concession on my part, not to build it in. And so what's the alternative, right? Like, these two warrant articles are going to sail through town meeting.
But they don't force the the spending. I mean, this is the age-old argument over town meeting can't ignore putting money into a budget for something and then say, but because we have this resolution, you have to spend money on this. They can do it, but we don't have to, be bound by that. And if they're not going to take, the responsibility of debating whether this should be part of our budget, I don't think we solve that problem by saying, well, we'll avoid you having to cross that line and try to dictate through a resolution, what should be a budget item by ourselves doing the same thing outside the budget process. That's all I'm saying.
Miriam.
Okay, I'm gonna hopefully try to wrap this up. So, I am looking at our Excel right now. So I'm looking at where these two proposals stand, what their total cost is, what the general support is, and I would say that we're going to have a public hearing on Monday, then all of us are going to talk. It's highly unlikely that these won't make the final slate, right? I mean, we get that say, right? So in the end, on Monday, you guys say, this needs to be in the final slate or we're not going to vote for it. Then it goes in the final slate. I would be comfortable voting for a resolution that doesn't say ARPA is going to fund it, again, because I think process is important. And so even though in this case, we know the outcome, I still think process is important. And so I would be happy to vote for a resolution that has the flexibility that Todd has talked about with the wording as it is now, knowing that we as a select board are going to make these two a priority. And I'm looking at the numbers, it's 400, am I reading it right? 400,000 and essentially 200,000. Sometimes the zeros get a little messed up in my head. So I just want to make sure I'm looking at the correct numbers. I mean, we're not talking about 16 million, right? So I just think at this point, we're rehashing the same conversation. I think we should vote. And then on Monday, that's your opportunity. That's all I'm advocating for.
Thank you, Miriam. I think that's a pretty good summary. Are we ready? Raul?
Can I just say one thing on the Vision Zero, separate from the funding piece? Because I may not be on as this on the board anymore as this thing comes to pass. I really like what we did with the Zero Emissions Advisory Board. It's lean and mean and technical and it's filled with people who know exactly what they're doing on this. And I would like to see a Vision Zero study committee that is similar. And I think we've done a much better job at incorporating community input into the work that we do. And I think we need to find the right balance. I'm hopeful that we'll find that with the Zero Emissions Advisory Board and that potentially with this Vision Zero Study Committee, we will too, between making sure that we are working with the backing of the community and with the input of the community, but that we don't get bogged down, especially on issues where there is a need to move urgently to solve in case of climate change, catastrophic global consequences, and those to Brookline as well. And in this case right now, preventing the loss of life and injury that Heather talked about earlier. So I'm hopeful that that'll be taken into consideration as the committee gets constructed.
So are we ready to vote on these two resolutions? Okay. Let's move the language and see where we end up. Okay, so let's take the pedestrian-friendly lighting resolution first. I will move approval of the resolution expressing the importance of pedestrian-friendly lighting, street lighting, and commitment to the creation of a pedestrian-friendly street lighting master plan. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
For the reasons I stated, no.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. And then the resolution on the Vision Zero Study Committee, I move approval of a proposal of the resolution expressing support to create a Vision Zero Study Committee. All those in favor? Bernard,
Aye.
Raul,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you very much. Now we're moving into budget presentations, and we just so happen to have DPW on the agenda. So Commissioner Galantine.
Thank you, Chairwoman Hamilton. I am going to go ahead and share my screen, and then I think if you can bring forward the other directors, that would be terrific. All right, let's just. Going to have to confirm with you that you can you see the sort of the full screen
Yes, we can.
adequately? Okay, great. So good evening, everyone. My name is Erin Chute-Galantine. I'm the Commissioner of Public Works in Brookline. I'm going to present our operating budget this evening. That is both the Public Works and the Water and Sewer Enterprise budget. First, what I want to do is introduce our incredible leadership team. Kevin Johnson is our Deputy Commissioner of Operations and also the Director of Highway and Sanitation. And I need to make sure these are forwarding, actually. All right. And now it's going. Okay. Alexandra Vecchio is our Director of Parks and Open Space. And Robert King is our Director of Engineering and Transportation. Todd Corain, who you know, is our Transportation Administrator. And Jay Hersey is our Director of Water and Sewer. And what I'd like to say about this group is this is an incredible team. This is a new team that I have worked really hard to assemble over the past year and a half. And they're bringing great energy, great ideas. It's a real spirit of collaboration and professionalism. And so this is an incredibly great group of public works leaders that you have here. So this past year, we worked on and completed a strategic plan for public works. This is a 10-year strategic plan. It's an internal document really looking at who we are, what we do, how we do it for this community, and to strategize, collaborate, and prioritize. I just want to share with you our guiding principles. And we have 5 of them. And really, when we think about our services, when we think about our projects, we're looking to make sure that we're aligning those and that we're in alignment with our guiding principles. We provide a clean, green, safe, accessible, inclusive, sustainable, and welcoming network of public spaces, assets, utilities, and infrastructure. We also are the service provider of choice. This is for design, construction, maintenance, and management. We have incredible staff at every level that are highly skilled, and we celebrate that. We're looking to create a culture of opportunity, continuous improvement, and excellence to deliver exceptional public projects and services. And we're looking to demonstrate inclusion, equity, and engagement values in our management of public assets, services, and employment practices. And lastly, we incorporate climate mitigation and adaptation goals into the development of capital projects and daily public works operations. So we're really trying to think strategically about how we do that with the services that we provide and the projects that we deliver. And thinking about last fiscal year's accomplishments, or really the current year that we're in, and then looking forward, while there have been so many hardships, there really have been a lot of tremendous accomplishments as well. We completed this 10-year public works vision and strategic plan, which I shared several months ago with the board. We completed the town's urban forest climate resiliency master plan. We're improving coordination with the building and planning departments for all site plan reviews. And this has really been an incredible step for collaboration, cohesion, and a lot of partnering with our fellow departments. We've commenced the Willow Pond environmental restoration permitting design and engineering process, completed the Brookline ice skating rink preliminary feasibility study. We currently have a recommendation from the task force that will be going to the Park and Recreation Commission for their consideration. We've completed the full survey and preliminary assessment for the Washington Street Corridor project. This is an incredibly exciting project for the town. Completed the rehabilitation of Winchester, Hamilton, and Columbia roads. Completed a full refuse cart audit, and we've updated our asset management inventory of those. Developed guidelines for the outdoor dining, which you heard tonight. We installed low carbon concrete sidewalk section so that we're evaluating that to see how that can be incorporated into our operation in the future. Completed some sanitary sewer lining. We're overseeing the installation of audible pedestrian signals, and this has been really great as we've been able to pull together different funding sources, including some generous funding from community development block grants to further this initiative and try to complete this within the next fiscal year. Our goal is to complete the Beacon Street Bridle Path feasibility study this fiscal year. And then we've updated the transportation and mobility plan. We had a public meeting on that just within the last week and a half. In terms of looking forward to next year, I'm really looking to create a communication strategy and plan that includes a full update. We're in crisis with our website to provide clear, consistent, and reliable information for businesses, residents, contractors, and utilities. We're going to continue our work with the Washington Street Corridor project. We're going to update and implement an environmental health and safety plan and associated department-wide training. I'm really excited about this, and this also includes starting a safety committee, including all levels within the Department of Public Works. We're piloting new weather intelligence. You'll see two big projects reaching substantial completion. Lars Anderson Park and Cypress Playground renovation projects, both huge improvements that will bring great value to the town of Brookline. And we're looking on improvements. This is sort of the finishing touches to the high school campus project, but starting the multimodal safety improvements of Davis Ave, Greeno, and Tappan streets. And obviously we need those other projects to wrap up so we can go in there and put on the finishing touches. We'll be starting Robinson and Murphy playground renovation projects. We'll reach substantial completion on the Muddy River restoration project and the Carlton Street footbridge project. We're continuing our sanitary sewer lining projects. We are looking to commence sort of a first phase of preliminary concept design for the Davis Path footbridge. We're working to continue our racial equity and community engagement goals. And we're going to update our snow and ice management plan. I really would like to improve our communication and transparency, what we can do with what we have, what the timing is to reduce frustration on the part of residents in terms of so they understand what we're getting to and when and how we can do it. Each storm's a little different. And we're continuing rollout of MTUs for our water meter readings, which is a huge project, but really important. So for the overall budget, it's $48,106,095. We split this between DPW and water and sewer. Public Works is $16,747,000 and change, and then the water and sewer budget is $31,358,000. The largest chunk of the water and sewer budget, and I'm going to sort of break these down for you, is our payment to the MWRA. On the DPW side, that operating budget includes central administration, it includes parks and open space, highway and sanitation, and engineering. That's staff, supplies, services, and everything really outside of capital. So just looking at the Public Works budget in isolation, it's largely a level funded budget. It's a level funded budget. It's also a budget that has not seen COVID restoration. So we are just at under 0.5% increase. Some of this too, because there'll be some contractual increases, and I'm going to review some increases with you. There's an adjustment in that the HCA offsets are now being charged to another line item. But if we look at the summary of the DPW budget, under personnel, there's a reduction in costs there, and that's because of the HCA offsets. The services line item across all of the divisions has an increase of just under $100,000. And this is motor vehicle repair services. This item, the motor vehicle repair services and supplies, is historically underfunded and ends up drawing down on other services and supplies within the departments. We are looking to build that up to actual costs over time. We service all of the town's fleet with the exception of the fire department. And it's really important that we're able to keep the vehicles operating safely on the road. We have an increase in supplies, basic construction, tires, also motor vehicle supplies. There's been an increase across the board, as you know, in inflation, and this is adjusting for those needs. The utilities are going up per our contract, and just a slight adjustment in budgeted capital. Looking at the water and sewer enterprise, this is a overall increase of about 2.2%. And Jay and I will be coming before the board in June to discuss rates. We were initially looking here at our rates around 3%. It looks like the MWRA may be landing closer to 3.5, but we'll provide a full assessment when we come to speak with you in June. But in terms of the budget, there's an increase in personnel. This is just based on contractual agreements, some longevity adjustments, supplies for the same rationale as the other public works divisions. Water and sewer reserve, we're looking to build up the water and sewer reserve. Utilities, again, per our contract prices. Some budgeted capital. We're looking at increases at both water and sewer charges, and then slight decreases in budgeted capital and our debt service in the upcoming year. So just in looking at operating alone, if I take MWRA out of the equation, and you look at all of our service divisions, that is 25 million for all those operations. I just want to note that water and sewer, because it's an enterprise, still is a bit of an anomaly, and you see it taking a bigger piece of the pie, but it's also covering other support costs in town government operations, some legal, some human resources. It's also covering all of the OPEBs and its own capital. So there are some things captured in water and sewer operating that are not captured in the rest of public works operating. And then the MWRA, our anticipated assessment at this point is $22,600,000 for that total of $48,106,095. So that is the budget. Heather wanted to see a lot of pictures, and then I have the 3 questions that we put some thought into in terms of these sort of big picture questions. And one was, what would you do with an unlimited budget? And these were posed to us just so the public knows by the select board. And so we were able to dream a little bit, but we would look at increased staffing and operations, looking at community engagement and climate resiliency, grants and partnerships. We think that we could do more if we had that support staff to really leverage dollars that are out there. code enforcement and inspections. It's something that there's such an incredible demand for. We're just not staffed to support. Trash recycling and sanitary services, really important for just daily health, safety, quality of life. Technology, IT, digital analysis, maintenance across the divisions, consulting and support services, and we're really trying to focus on engineering, transportation, and project management services, and then also snow response and cleanup. Capital funding, there are really important projects that are out there. This really covers all of the divisions and some of the projects that we've talked about in the past in the CIP. If there was an unlimited budget, I would love to consolidate all of the DPW divisions and functions under one roof so that they were all together, all at one facility, and more really to generate more opportunities for collaboration across all of the divisions. Digital transformation, that's both software, hardware, and staff. Increasing training, professional development across all levels of the organization, and then land acquisition to better meet the needs of the community. There is always a real push and pull with different needs. And so with an unlimited budget, if the town could acquire additional land, there are so many needs. So the biggest challenges and accomplishments in the past 2 years. So challenges have been COVID. I started as commissioner when we were sort of right in the sort of thick of it with COVID. It has been a challenge for everyone at every level, including our residents. Change has been hard. COVID has meant a lot of change. We've also had a lot of staffing changes. So adjusting to that. Understaffing has been really hard. Some morale through the pandemic, through some of the challenges being understaffed has been a challenge. And then underfunding for the public way parks and public services. All of these, have been a challenge for us. But at the same time, I really want to highlight some tremendous accomplishments of the department. The new leadership, staff, and ideas is really inspiring and is going to go a long way for this department going forward. The strategic plan is a great tool for us. We have a zero waste program manager and framework, so that's going in the right direction. We've updated our sanitation fee analysis and we'll be coming before you later this fiscal year to discuss that. We have an environmental health and safety officer and program. This has been across the board for all the divisions, a tremendous value add, and I think really important and was really overdue. So I'm very proud of bringing that to our department. Sidewalk obstruction bylaw amendment, over $1.5 million in grants. The multimodal transportation mobility plan that was just finalized is tremendous. And then the urban forestry that I had mentioned earlier. And then lastly, where do we see the department in 5 years? So what I'd love to see is a culture of safety and environmental responsibility, increased diversity, racial equity, and inclusion on staff in programs and in services, a new website and communication tools that make DPW more accessible, transparent, and responsive, a capital infusion of dollars to make great strides on roads, bridges, parks, water, wastewater, stormwater infrastructure, and DPW fleet, and green infrastructure, green fleet, and climate resiliency projects and operations that are funded and sustained. And I think we're really looking to position ourselves to move in this direction. And what we'd like to see is one public works, a professional, progressive, organized, responsive, and cutting edge public works department that is connected to community. So with that, I want to thank you for your time on this, and I can actually pause the share or stop sharing actually, so that you can see the staff here. And if you have any questions, they would love to entertain them.
Great. Thank you so much, Erin. Any questions? Raul?
Thanks, Commissioner. This is a great presentation. It's thorough. It's a big department that does a ton of good work for the town, so it's important that we hear it. I wanted to ask about, well, actually, I want to ask you about one thing, and then I have a thought on something else. But the infrastructure plan that passed, that was signed by President Biden in November, have we seen any of the funds from that bill, and is any of that reflected in your current budget or plans for the future? Well, let's start there.
So we have not seen any of that money yet, and I'll actually look to Rob and Todd to see if they have any updates. You know, we're hearing that it's going to be administered through the state. We're hoping to really be thinking about what projects we could have close to or on their way to being shovel ready, so that they will be strong candidates for federal funding. But as of right now, we don't actually have the tools or the applications in hand to move forward, but we're looking out for that. Any other update?
I mean, I would just say that as Chair Hamilton knows, we've had several briefings on the Boston MPO with Mass Highway and Federal Transportation. Federal Transportation is still working through their process that they can then provide to the states to administer the funds. But you know, the message is be shovel ready. That those communities with shovel ready projects are going to be prioritized by Mass DOT.
And I'll just add that, so Todd and I tag team every other Thursday morning at the Boston MPO meeting. The surprise here for how the money is going to get dispersed, it's not going through MassDOT. It's actually going through the MPOs. So it's a good thing that I got us elected to the Boston MPO.
Indeed.
Glad to hear it. All right, that was helpful. It feels like forever ago that legislation was passed, and it'd be good to get those funds moving to where they're supposed to be. The other just sort of thought I wanted to put out there, I've seen in your budget requests, and I've seen it in a number of other budget requests around vehicles. We also see it in the ARPA request, a lot of requests for vehicles, and sort of just the thoughts here. Gas is getting more expensive. We have, some time ago we passed this resolution and made a commitment to move toward EV whenever possible. I don't know how much we're figuring into the cost of gas during the life of a gas powered vehicle. Because I know that we said we would purchase the electric vehicle if it was only so much more expensive than a gas powered vehicle. It seems, I don't know how much of the current sort of, gas prices are going to continue to hold into the future, but I don't see them getting any much cheaper. Just for us to think about incorporating that into the calculus of when we purchase electric vehicles, and also whether or not, in certain cases for certain classes of vehicles, whether or not leasing might make more sense than sort of the capital cost of buying a vehicle, having it depreciate, and then having to pay for the maintenance for that vehicle, and then selling it to whomever for a couple grand at the end. So just some things to consider. This might be the right opportunity for us to advance moving toward electric vehicles for our fleet, which I know is a value that we share.
Could I just provide
yes,
some,
Erin.
just a little context on that? Because I think that's really important. And for us, it hits on a whole host of things. Our fleet is incredibly important to what we do for this community every day. The public works fleet is worth over $22 million. We currently have a backlog, meaning, we are behind on our replacement schedule by $11.8 million. And we have seen a cut because of COVID in $1 million. So we are really behind in terms of vehicle replacement, fleet replacement. I just want to share that with the board. I want the board to understand that it is really important that our vehicles can serve their purpose for the town, but that they're also safe for our operators and safe for the public. So there's that in terms of the overall fleet, but actually we've been working on a transition plan. So reviewing, and we have this, all of our vehicles what their function is, and what would be eligible for electrification. So we're looking at every single piece of equipment and what would meet the need of the task and could be electrified. And Kevin Johnson has been working with Eversource to develop plans to provide charging facilities at the Municipal Service Center, looking at some of our public lots, looking at Town Hall. So we are really trying to approach the electrification, both looking at the vehicles, what's available, can it do the task, and we also have to make sure that we have the charging facilities in place as well. So thank you for that.
I saw Miriam's hand and then Bernard.
Okay, so I have a few things. First, just to the cars and the ARPA, we also noticed that, and one of the things Melissa pointed out was a lot of things to be cut originally, like the first line items to be cut when we had to cut the budget was cars. So that's why you're seeing a lot of those requests. We are kind of consolidating all those requests and looking holistically. So we're trying to address that. The second, and then for you, Aaron, I have a few things. So this is my first time looking. Can someone just tell me, or Aaron, can you tell me, there's a huge chunk of your budget that said intergovernmental. I have no idea what that means.
So
it'd be
that
great if you could tell me.
that is the $22 million, right, to the MWRA. So that is our annual assessment for water and sewer. And that's all managed through the water and sewer enterprise and is covered by the rates, the water and sewer rates, and it's covered by the ratepayers.
All right, thank you. So two more points, which is, I assume you know, and if you don't know, but the town of Brookline is right now undergoing a website revamp. So I hope someone from your team is working with Feng's team. If not, please do.
We are, thank you.
But I just wanted to make sure, because this is a perfect opportunity for you to do some of the, improvements to your website that you were talking about. And then the third thing is, you had a couple of lines. You talked about racial equity. One of your goals was to continue to further the racial equity community engagement goals. And what I didn't see, which I would love for you to talk about a little bit, is an actual lens on environmental justice and how your department is thinking about that and approaching that.
So thank you. And this is really big. We're working on some very specific racial equity goals. We're working also on community engagement, and Alexandra has taken that on to really pilot this for the department, and how do we engage with the public when we're doing capital projects, and how do we reach the community. And then environmental justice really folds into, I think, both of these. And an example of how we've been looking at and using environmental justice is we've been using the maps, and we've prioritized our APS work using the environmental justice maps. And we also have been using those same maps to prioritize our work with the urban forest master plan. So it's becoming sort of a very important part of how we prioritize and make decisions about serving our most vulnerable in the population. And I know that Rob's been looking at this as well as we've been thinking about the transportation and mobility plan.
Great. Bernard?
Yeah, my question, I think you've answered to some degree, but I'd like you to sort of elaborate. So, electrification of vehicles is very interesting, but it's also very complicated. A lot of sort of aspects to it that I don't think people always think about. Do you have a sense of what the availability of electrical vehicles for the type of vehicles that you use? For example, leaf blowers, that's easy. But, these big 2-ton trucks or whatever they are is a different thing.
Right.
So what's available out there, and what are manufacturers doing to make more vehicles available for
Sure.
your
So
type
I
of
would
use?
say that we are, of course, looking at a whole host of electric, you said, sort of hand tools, right? The leaf blowers and the weed whackers. There are also electric chainsaws now. So we've incorporated these into our inventory, not in isolation, because they do have limitations in terms of battery life. And so they're not perfect for every season or every application, but they are part of our arsenal of tools. We also are looking at green mowers, which really have been received very well. They're quieter, they're smoother, fewer breakdowns. So this has been really a great success. In terms of our equipment, so certainly our inspectional services, the engineering, the construction, those vehicles that are out, let's say 8 hours during the day, but then they can go back at the garage and be plugged in overnight, or back to town hall plugged in overnight, are ideal candidates for EV. But when we look at our snow response or emergency response equipment, those vehicles with plows really can be in operation 24 hours plus. And so they're not options right now for some of those vehicles. But there are some larger vehicles that we're looking to demo that are not used for snow or emergency response operations that potentially could be a fit. So we're looking at street sweeper vehicles, and we are also looking at the sanitation packers. So these are some things that we're looking at right now. There are some communities that have used them successfully. New York City is using some electric sanitation packers and has largely had success with them.
John?
Thank you. And thank you, Aaron. And I recognize this is a presentation of your operating budget, but I did have a couple of questions about a really important aspect of what the DPW does, and that is to maintain our streets. And I wonder if you would just share with folks from the very excellent report that you just presented a couple of weeks ago on transportation and mobility master plan. What is the estimated need if we were to do appropriate maintenance of our existing 100 miles of streets on an annual basis? How much money should we be spending on maintenance of streets?
So, and I'll have Rob maybe jump in and just say a couple words about the transportation and mobility plan. He did an incredible job on this report. But in essence, the report recommends that the town invest 6.5 million annually in the public way.
And that compares to how much that we're spending now?
To about, I'm going to say this may be wrong, but I want to say about 2.8.
And I'm glad you have those numbers at your fingertips. Thank you very much. And I hope people at home registered what they just heard, that we are 3 million, 4 million, somewhere in between short on an annual basis in terms of maintenance of our streets, if we were to do it right. And if you drive around town and you notice the streets are in pretty not great condition in a lot of places, that's the reason. And I hope people will keep that in mind also when they think about these discussions that we've had this evening on how we allocate funds. Because I think if we don't keep in mind the basics of something such as our streets that are being neglected, we're just going to keep falling further behind.
I mean, you're about to open a can of worms, John. I
Right.
mean, like,
That's what I'm here for.
I mean,
That's what I'm
people
here
have to
for.
understand Prop 2.5. They have to understand that, 60% of our budget goes to the schools. We could fully fund that if we wanted to, but it would mean that we would have to make lots of cuts elsewhere.
Yeah.
Bernard?
Let me just add, though, when you don't fund or you don't maintain roads or school building or whatever, today, you pay double, triple, quadruple, 10 years from now or 5 years from now. So, I mean, yeah, it's complex and there's no real easy solution, but I think people should just bear in mind that if you don't pay now, you'll pay later much, much more. So.
Any other questions before we go on to the building department's budget review? Thank you so much, Commissioner Galantine, and to your wonderful staff.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time this evening, and thank you to my staff. Thanks. Good
Have a
evening.
good night.
So do we have Commissioner Bennett? Excellent. No worries. Oh, Dan, are you there? And feel free. to
Good
breathe.
evening. I've been sitting here so long, my battery started running out on my computer.
Mine too.
Emergencies, I had
Yeah.
to take care of. Thank you for having us. I have Charlie Simmons here. I don't have any slides like Commissioner Galantine, but I have Charlie Simmons here as the Director of Public Buildings. And I'd like to go through just, 3 areas of the presentation tonight. The first will be the, the function and responsibilities of the building department and its 3 divisions, where we are in our budget process right now, because it's been the most unique process I've been through to date. We still do not have a positive vote on our budget by the Capital Committee or the advisory. And then I will answer the 3 questions that you have put forth for department heads to answer. So with that said, the building department is made up of 3 divisions. We have Deputy Commissioner Paul Campbell. He oversees the Code Enforcement and Inspections Division. That's responsible for permits, certificates of occupancies, zoning, enforcement, and pretty much any building in town he has jurisdiction over. Then we have the Public Buildings Division, which Charlie oversees, and that's all town and school buildings. Charlie does all the maintenance and the repairs, the day-to-day operations. He also works closely with Ray and Tony, who are the Construction Renovation Division in maintaining those buildings. I would like to point out that over the last, 2 or 3 years, with the amount of town projects that we've had really had a really good cooperative effort between the 3 divisions with the multitude of projects we have, especially all the school ones specifically. But we've, really gone through the last 2 to 3 years. We've had buildings that have been in the schematic and design phase. We've had buildings in the construction phase and buildings in the closeout phase. Specifically the high school, we're closing that out right now. The Driscoll School's in the middle of construction, and we have the Pierce School, which is in the process of new design, and that's we're partnering with MSBA there. So that cooperative effort really brings the 3 divisions together at all phases of these projects, and it's really been I've been very impressed in how all these division heads have worked so closely together and have really come up with some really good construction projects, and things have been primarily on schedule and to the budget. I mean, on budget. With that said, I want to provide a little bit of an update on the budget process. We had some cuts in our budget over the past few years due to COVID. Obviously, in the future, we'd like to see some of those restored. Some of them, the smaller things, some training for some of the tradesmen and the inspectors. My planned scanning program has kind of been on hold for the last few years. And we'd really like to get our town repair and maintenance budget, fully funded. I think we're still down $100,000 or so. But the big elephant in the room, this year and in past years is the school department. Our budget, we work closely with the school department to come up with the budget so that we can maintain their buildings. And back in September of last year, Charlie sent a memo to the superintendent and the new deputy superintendent, letting them know that we need approximately $802,000 to do the proper maintenance and repair and maintenance on these buildings. It included, you know, the new STEM wing, which is a 25,000 square foot increase. It included 22 Tappan Street, which is a 120,000 square foot building, brand new, that we have not done any maintenance on. So those are new to our program. They're new to our system. And in addition, you know, some of those monies included catch up for some of the projects that we've done in the past that haven't been there. In addition, it includes, you know, some of the inflation costs that we're experiencing now. This in, you know, over 5% at this point. And some of it is due to, and you've heard this from other departments, due to, you know, staffing issues. You know, like all the other departments, we are having staffing issues with respect to the HVAC positions. We've had them out there for probably 3 years or so, or 4, and we've had difficulty filling them. And we realize and we know that it's the salary that's there, and we've worked with HR and we're struggling, you know, to fill those. So, you know, the request that Charlie has made, essentially, since we haven't been able to fill those and the schools haven't, you know, put any staffing for us either, we, you know, that number includes outside vendors, you know, coming in and assisting with us doing, you know, maintenance for HVAC projects. And, you know, in this era after COVID, certainly, you know, that's a big thing, and it's something that we, you know, want to try to concentrate on and you know, work to, you know, achieve and keep operating and do better. What has happened with the budget to date is that we met with the capital subcommittee several weeks ago, and they voted 0, 4 to 2, 4 noes, 2 abstentions, and they did not recommend any budget to the full advisory. And then we went to the full advisory probably 2 weeks ago, and there was long discussion on how we can, you know, get the schools to, you know, provide the funding or do what we're, you know, essentially asking. And there was a lot of conversation. There was conversation going back to the, you know, the history of how, you know, the building department took charge of the school buildings when, you know, 25 or 30 years ago, they were provided funding to do maintenance in their buildings, and they didn't do it. And I think the town side got a little, you know, sick of that. So they took that money away from them. We created the public buildings division, and we've maintained the buildings. And now we're kind of stuck in that same circle again, that they're just not providing the funding that we need to maintain these buildings. And the full advisory voted unanimously to table our budget to April 21st. And my understanding was they were going to ask the town administrator and the select board to look for, you know, possible Arpa funding to try to bridge that gap that, you know, that we're looking for. Charlie and I have some concerns because we know that Arpa is more of it's a one-time expense. The money we're looking for is operating. It's not capital. So we don't know how this, you know, would work. We're waiting to see what happens on the 25th, excuse me, on the 21st, in order to, you know, get an idea of, you know, what the end result will be. There have been several meetings between our department, Charlie and I, the capital subcommittee and the school department, and even with the town school partnership, some people from there to try to see if there is a way to come up with some new policy or a new way of funding, you know, monies, you know, for these new buildings, you know, when they come online. And, you know, this is just the beginning. We've got the high school here now. We need to maintain those buildings in FY23. Other than the 2% that's built into our repair and maintenance, we've got no additional funding for 145,000 square feet of building that didn't exist in FY22. And we're going to run into this problem when Driscoll is done, and then we're going to run into the same problem when and if Pierce gets rebuilt. So this is something we're, you know, striving to work with as many different parties as we can to work it out so that we're not repeating ourselves, because this is, I've been here for 10 years and Charlie's been here for 28. And so we've had these battles for each of those same amount of time. That's, with respect to the budget update. I did want to just give, some of the major projects that are going around town, outside of the town. We've still got we're closing out the high school expansion. Driscoll's under construction now, and Charlie with Tony. Ray has retired, so we're in the process of trying to fill that position. And then we have another retirement in that same division, in the construction capital division. Russ Gazian is going to be retiring at the end of April this month, and we'll be looking to fill that position. So we're a little short-staffed on that side, and we are advertising and trying to fill the positions, but good qualified candidates are hard to find at this point. And we're doing our best, and we'll do what we need to do to fill those positions. Some of the larger projects outside of the town, private, are the Newbury College site, the Well Tower Assisted Living. That permit was issued about a month and a half ago, and they're in the process of installing their foundation. Up in Chester Hill Realty, Pudding Stone, which is the north side. It's a 250 unit apartment building. That permit was issued. They're still undergoing construction of a 36 unit apartment building, a swimming pool, and a community center. And on the south side, the ROSB, that is kind of winding down with respect to the infill buildings. 101 Asheville, which is about 175 unit apartment building, is still under construction, and they'll probably be phasing occupancy in there in the next month or two. In order to I'll move to answering the questions that you had asked us to prepare. The three questions, we gave some consideration to them, and wanted to try to be even keeled, not be greedy on some of them, but what's the biggest challenge or accomplishment that we've had over the past 2 years? I think every department is probably going to say COVID, and that's the same with us. All divisions were impacted. We were deemed essential by the governor, all divisions, so we didn't stop work. We continued to do our jobs, and we did them well. We transitioned quickly to a remote, and virtual setup. We implemented socially distant type of operations for inspections and conversations with contractors and people at their homes outdoors. The most recent issue that we, impacted us was the Omicron virus that impacted us with respect to people being out sick. Up until then, we had no real large outbreaks, but that hit the department pretty hard. And in Charlie's division, we were out, 6 or 7 tradesmen at one time. And on the building side, we were out 3 inspectors. Staffing's been a challenge, as I mentioned earlier. We have some retirements that are, we're dealing with, and, filling some of these positions has been difficult. The candidate pools aren't that well. Salaries seem to be not that competitive. But we're, doing what we can, and we've re-advertised a few times, and we'll, find the right candidate. And, one of I think the greatest accomplishment over the past year or two has been the high school expansion project and the STEM wing expansion along with 22 Tappan. That was a tight construction site. It was built over the tracks. We were at the mercy of the MBTA. We built the new station. All these, things combined. We dealt with COVID. The STEM wing was an occupied building. I think we were a month or 2 late in delivering, one of the buildings, but I think at the end of the day, it's a beautiful building. People are happy, and it was, I think, a great accomplishment by my team and everyone associated with the building department, and many others, obviously residents and volunteers and so forth. With respect to what I would do with an unlimited budget, I would request an across the board, staffing and salary review for all divisions that would provide us or identify, where our issues are and the number of staffing that we needed. You know, Charlie has continued to try to implement the maintenance report that we got probably 5 years ago. Each year he tries to add on with his staff and his tradesmen to get to the right amount of people. And again, that's, you know, met with some difficulty because of all the budgeting issues. I would fund the repair and maintenance budget to the proper levels, both town and school. I would implement our document scanning program and expand, you know, all of our digital, you know, space and you know, do all documents. And I've been trying to do that, and it's just, you know, a little bit at a time, but you know, we'll get there eventually. I would request a detailed report on all town buildings. It would include the roofs, the envelopes, HVAC, the floor plans, the structure, and that would provide us with a plan on how to, you know, go about maintaining these buildings. We have those in place now. We're getting to the end of those, the life of those. It was a 20-year plan and a 30-year plan. You know, monies to re-implement that would be go a long way. And you know, the Acela infrastructure, I would continue to expand and upgrade with you know, maybe some model plan reviews, handheld devices, retrieval information. You know, that would go a long way in helping the guys, you know, out in the field with you know, how the impacts of not having to come back to the department. They have everything in their vehicle or at their, you know, at their disposal on a handheld or a computer. And where I see the department in 5 years, I think there's going to be significant changes in staffing. You know, there's a little bit of a, you know, possible division heads, you know, will be moving on or retiring. I would can envision, you know, expanded tradesmen, you know, maybe a foreman position, a zoning enforcement officer. You know, I'd like to see the department fully staffed with a diverse, you know, workforce. I would implement any recommendations that I, you know, would get out of the salary and staffing, you know, report and studies that would assist with, you know, many things that we, you know, need to do and feel that are, you know, a little bit underfunded. I'd expand the IT capabilities. Again, you know, piggyback on plan scanning, using handheld devices and other items that might come up that aren't invented now that we could use down the road. And then, you know, maintain you know, at that point, I can envision, you know, much more sustainability, and we would have, you know, more sustainable buildings, would have more equipment that would be, you know, meet the criteria that the select board has put forward on the sustainability policy. And then, you know, at that point in time, hopefully STRs is something that's new here. You know, I'd like to see that all, obviously I'd prefer it sooner than 5 years. But we're at the beginning of the STR registration, and you know, it's slowly rolling out, and we're, you know, work towards getting all of those uses you know, registered, and you know, all those buildings inspected. So that's
Thank you, Dan.
for now. Thank you.
Any questions or comments? Raul and then Miriam.
I'll make them comments. I know it's we're about to enter hour 6 of our meeting together, and we've got a lot more to cover. Let me just say 2 things. I'll try to make them as quick as possible. One, on I don't know what's going on with the advisory committee, but on the recommendation that this come out of ARPA completely misses the point of ARPA, misses the process that we've been engaging in for a while. And I have no clue what it is that they're doing with their time other than working on resolutions to send to the select board. Second, I do think that this issue around the school buildings is an important one, especially as we think about another school building that we need to build and expand in the future. And I'm just, you know, I'll put this out there, whether or not well, I don't think it makes sense to include it as part of the debt exclusion, but when we put the next debt exclusion on the ballot if we also include a small override to cover the costs that are associated with having a new and expanded building that the commissioner talks about. And that's something we should think about. You know, you vote for the debt exclusion, you vote for the override, because if not, we end up having this structural gap there.
Miriam?
Yeah, I'm just going to echo Raul's comments. You know, we've had a very public process for which the AC should be aware. And I'm really, frankly, shocked that they would make that recommendation. Dan, I think your instincts are completely correct. That's not how the ARPA funding is. That's not how the process is working. That's not how we intend to use the money. What I will do is write a very nice, professional email to the AC tomorrow when I'm not so tired, and make sure they understand the process. And I will invite them to listen to all of the meetings and to join our future meetings.
Great.
I sure can. Can I? Can I? It's not an
You,
open
you
meeting law
can
violation.
certainly, you can copy. I would encourage, strongly recommend that we do not engage in any deliberation, so do not reply.
But that also make sure that it's on our website or webpage,
What is?
what you're copying to us. So I think that helps. That we've discussed here at the meeting.
I'm confused.
So you want her email to the AC, letting them know about the ARPA process?
If she's going to copy members of the select board, that document that we're receiving should also be made available to the public.
I'm just writing an email. Yeah. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, call me tomorrow. I'll tell you how to do that. Okay. John.
Thanks. Thank you, Dan. Thank you so much. I think perhaps the most important thing Dan said tonight was near the beginning when he mentioned the elephant in the room. And you spoke of the, I think it's 800,000 that is needed because of the new capacity, the expansion of school building facilities. But apparently the school department doesn't want to recognize that. But can you also tell us about a list that is circulating that has an amount of the backlog of unaddressed school facilities needs in the millions?
Yeah, so Charlie could get more specific if you wanted details, but it's somewhere in the area of 13 to 15 million of what we call deferred maintenance. And that is essentially a backlog of things that need to be done in the buildings that have not gotten done for any number of reasons. You know, I can go back to the Runkle School. When I started 10 years ago, the Runkle School was just wrapping up, and we issued the certificate of occupancy. And from that point to today, 10 years, we've expanded the Runkle School. We've added modulars at the Baker. We added modulars at the Lawrence. We built a new Devotion. We've got a new, 22 Tappan. We've got an expanded STEM wing. You know, all those floor areas that haven't been budgeted, even though Charlie's been requesting them all along the way, has in part led to some of this deferred maintenance and other things, you know, are there too. If you want some specifics, Charlie could certainly give them. I think we've done a good job on the building envelopes and the roofs, because that's a separate, you know, we did a 20-year plan and a 30-year plan that we've been funded, you know, very, very well through Melissa, through the capital improvement project.
Yeah,
And,
I think we're short on time to go into further specifics, but thank you for putting that amount in front of everybody. Thanks.
Any other questions or comments for Commissioner Bennett? We do have more on our agenda, much to my chagrin.
Other
Bernard.
than to thank him for telling us about this elephant in the room, and we knew about it, but you know, the public ought to know about it.
Yes, thank you so much, Dan, for the presentation and for highlighting another structural deficit.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Okay, so now we are moving into warrant article reviews. So we have 4. 2 of them are going to be presented by our HR Director, Ann Braga. I am going to ask for extreme brevity. Okay. Good evening, Anne. Thank you so much for staying with us. So if you can try to be incredibly succinct on the collective bargaining Article 2 and Article 9, the living wage, just elevator pitch.
Elevator pitch. Okay. We have for Article 2 a ratified MOA with AFSCME, Maine, which includes a 1% in fiscal 22, a 3% in fiscal 23 and 24. We dealt with some cleanup on both civil service and a couple of positions that we needed to get out of the union because they either had supervisory responsibilities or higher level education that didn't really fit with the rest of the organization in which they served. We have the addition of the Juneteenth holiday, a reimbursement for CDL license holders, and also at the last day of the contract, there's a implementation of a $5 per hour premium pay for snow and ice emergencies. And should the other bargaining units agree, we have the commitment from AFSCME for a non-DOT post-accident and reasonable suspicion alcohol and drug testing, for which they will get a wellness day for either cancer screenings or a physical.
Thank you. That was succinct.
The total cost for the collective bargaining agreement is $1,507,237.
And this will be a public document because it is going to town meeting, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Any questions before I ask Anne to do the same for the living wage, Article 9? I mean, we've taken this up. I mean, it's our own collective bargaining agreement. Okay. Yes, I will get to the public hearing in a second. I'm going to do a combined public hearing. Living wage.
Living wage, also known as Article 9. The town of Brookline enacted a living wage bylaw in 2001 to be able to provide a differential in pay for certain level of part-time positions relative to part-time seasonal positions. And there's a list that goes with the bylaw. It's included in the warrant article. The proposal would make a change because as of January 1st, if you were to only do the calculation based on COLAs for non-union employees versus the $1 over the state minimum wage, the living wage folks are making less money than the minimum wage folks in Brookline under the terms and definitions of the bylaw. So the third paragraph of the bylaw adds that the minimum for that living wage should be $1 over the state minimum wage. And so what that does is take all of the positions in this group and make them paid the same amount. What the proposal would do would be to make sure that the living wage positions are $1 over whatever the minimum wage positions in Brookline are. And it's adding literally one section that allows for that analysis if living wage calculation is lower than minimum wage for the town as they're defined, is to just make sure that we keep a gap of $1 between the living wage and the minimum wage.
Was this an output from the Human Resources Board?
It was an output for where we hit for the first time since the bylaw has been enacted, that there's been a confluence. So and I can share the screen if you want, but it basically shows from when it was enacted and when it was implemented to January of this year, basically a narrowing of the gap and actually to where there is no gap anymore. So this is our look at it proactively to say, you know, if we're looking to fulfill the will of the bylaw that was enacted earlier on before the great bargain, the grand bargain that was done at the legislature to bring wages up to $15 an hour come January of next year, that we still keep that differential. It affects about 4% of our positions, and it affects their non-union positions. And where folks, for a variety of reasons, are using this increasingly to sort of keep things afloat is to just make sure that there is the gap. If there's not the will of town meeting and either advisory or school committee or you know, the select board to keep that gap available, we can leave the current language in place, and it would leave folks getting paid the same amount until the increases in collective bargaining or the non-union rate increase high enough to where there's a gap again.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, comments? So these two warrant articles, Article 2 and Article 9, are public hearings. Devin, has anybody indicated that they would like to make a comment?
At this time, there are 18 attendees and no one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
So at this time, I will close the public hearings for Article 2 on collective bargaining and Article 9 on living wage. Any discussion from the select board, or should we move favorable action on both of these? I'll take them separately.
So moved.
Okay. I move favorable action on Article 2 on collective bargaining. All those in favor, Bernard,
Aye.
Raul,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. And I move favorable action on warrant Article 9, living wage. All those in favor, Bernard,
Aye.
Raul,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye.
Thank you
So
all.
the next, thank you, Anne. The next warrant article is about retiree COLAs. Okay.
So you should have Frank Zika and Gary Altman in the attendee list. They should be promoted if they're still here.
Great. I think Devin is trying to promote them. So Frank or Gary, who wants to do the elevator pitch?
I will,
on
I'm happy to do so.
11.
Good evening, folks. I'm Gary Altman, the chair of the retirement board, and with me is Frank Zika, executive director. And we won't hopefully take much of your time, and hopefully this is a non-controversial matter. We're here this evening to seek your support for this warrant article that would raise the base for COLA payments for retirees. And just a brief history with COLA payments. COLAs are, it's somewhat of a misnomer because really we don't have the ability to increase the retirees' pension payments by cost of a living. For decades, the law was that you could only increase one's pension based on a base rate of $12,000. So in other words, no matter what an employee's pension, the most that employee could receive per year was $360 increase from their prior year, no matter what the inflation rate was. About 10 years ago, approximately 10 years ago, the legislature passed an amendment and allowed retirement boards to recommend to the town meeting, as it's a local option law, that we can raise or increase the base amount past the $12,000, and it has to be approved by the town meeting. So approximately, I think it was 9 years ago, a retirement board brought to the selectmen a petition or warrant article to increase the base from $12,000 to $13,000. And as I recall, the select board approved that change. And what that meant was that retirees' pension could increase from the $360 to $390. In other words, $360, a $30 increase per year. So inflation, as we all know, has sort of crept up again. We haven't sought an increase in the base rate since 9 years ago, and so the board voted unanimously to increase the base to $15,000. And I should say that the retirement board is composed of 5 members, myself as the chair. We have 2 members who are voted by the retirees, or the active members, Rob Ward, former fire chair, and John Kenny, police officer. And the town appointees to the board are Justin Casanova Davis, treasurer, and Michael DePietro, the controller. And the board unanimously approved or agreed that we should seek to try and increase the base to $15,000 for retirees. So in other words, if the board voted to increase the cost of living by 3%, that would amount to a $450 annual increase, which would be $60 a year more for our retirees. So that's part of the reason was for us to seek it this year, as we obviously look in terms of what Social Security is doing, and Social Security increase for its retirees was 5.9%. So 5.9%, if you look at that on a $20,000 Social Security payment, that would amount to a little over, what do I have, $1,100 per year. And so that $1,100 compares to what we are now seeking of $450 for our retirees. And I should also say that most of our retirees, Brookline retirees, do not receive Social Security because public and municipalities in the state government many years ago decided that we should not be part of the Social Security system. So our retirees pretty much live on their pensions. So that's what I have. I have Frank here, who really is our expert in terms of the numbers and such. And I believe if you have the chance to look at the description we submitted with the warrant article, I would hope that that would answer any questions, but we're obviously here to address any questions that you may have. And thank you.
Thank you. I have one question, and then I'll look around to my other select board members. So we have been steadily making additional payments to get rid of our OPEB liability.
Yes.
Is this going to change that schedule? I assume that we're talking about a little over $500,000 to meet what you're proposing.
If I can answer that, Gary. The OPEB deals with the health insurance, so the OPEB will not be affected at all by the cost of living increase.
Okay, but pension liabilities, will we
deals with
still
the
be on schedule?
Still be on schedule for 2030. These past 2 years, we're in the process of having an actuarial valuation performed as we do every 2 years as of 1/1/2022. Our assumed rate of return is 7.2% for each year. In the last 2 years, we've done very well as being part of the State Investment Trust Fund. And the 2020 return was north of 12%, and the 2021 return was north of 20%. So with this increase in the COLA base and the great investment returns that we have, I wouldn't say it's cost neutral, but it won't be a big hit, and we'll have our valuation done in time for the town meeting.
Great, thank you. Any other questions?
Did we
John?
hear a number? I didn't hear the number as to the total impact.
Is it
this. What is the
500,
cost?
800, 580,000? Or is it?
The way it's valued is it's $5.8 million over at a 15% increase. That's the added to be fully funded by 2030 that gets paid over time.
Yes, but we're asking specifically about this proposal,
The cost
the
of
cost
living.
of this proposal.
5.8 million,
Over 30 years.
correct.
Yeah.
Over 30 years. Okay.
I mean, not over 30 years until until 2030 when we have fully, we're at 100% valuation.
It's too late for me to be doing mental math.
I know.
What does that work out to annually?
Well, this past year, we had an $86 million increase in our assets. We went from $386 million in the pension fund to $473 million, and we outperformed by the tune of probably $28 to $30 million. So when I talk about being cost neutral, is that to become fully funded, the investments to pay for future expenses were well within line. And when the actual evaluation comes out, you'll see that that 5.8 million would be almost fully absorbed due to the great investment returns over the last couple of years.
So I think what we're asking is, are we going to have to carve out money in our annual budget to meet this?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Bernard first
Yeah,
and then Marion.
Yeah, I think what Heather's asking is, what is the cost of increasing the base for the COLA calculation? And I think that was $400 and some per year per
Thousand.
person. And
No. What is it? It's
Right now we have it's fixed into our valuation of $390. It would be an additional $60 per year for the retirees, and there's approximately 850 retirees.
and that's $60 per year per retiree.
Yes.
Okay. Can somebody do that multiplication for us and Miriam?
So I'm just gonna say, in the warrant article, is it 500,000?
51,000.
Oh, 51,000.
Okay.
Zeros. I'm just saying, the wording in the warrant article, that there's no number. It just says the system has benefited from double-digit investment gains over the past 3 years. In addition, legislative reforms, blah, 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 expected to substantially offset any increase in the funding schedule resulting from the increase in the COLA base. So the question is, do we want them to put the actual number in there, or are we satisfied with that wording?
I'm not sure I really understood a word you just said.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Basically, the warrant article says we have most of the money because the stock market did so well. The
Got it.
investments have given us such a good return. Right.
I know. I've been looking at my 401k lately and it's like,
I mean, that's how I read it, that it says mostly this isn't gonna cost much, but it doesn't actually tell us how much. So, but based on this, it's not very much. So-
Melissa.
I can just add that I can work with Frank, should the select board want to support this article, on making sure that the select board recommendation includes all the information for town meeting in terms of the impact. I think at the time that the article was being filed, they were still waiting for information from the actuary. And so, Frank just said that closer to town meeting, we'll have that. So we'll make sure that it's in the combined reports.
Excellent. And my question to you is, does this make you nervous?
I think that, the fact that the retirement board unanimously supported this and still feels that we can hit our funding schedule makes me feel more confident that it's something that, the town would want to support. Obviously, knowing the volatility in the market, there are a lot of things that could change our funding schedule. And I also know that the retirement board is also interested in the rate of return assumptions around that. So I would just want to make sure that we're continuing the plan that we've been doing every time we reset our schedule, is looking at all of those options and making the best decisions for the town.
Okay. So
And-
this is a public hearing.
Can I
Hold
just
on,
add-
Frank. Hold on, Frank.
Okay.
This is a public hearing. Are there any members of the public that want to make a comment?
At this time, there are 14 attendees and no one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Excellent. I will close the public hearing. I want to acknowledge Bernard. There are two possibilities tonight. We've heard the information. We don't have to vote on this tonight. We can wait for more information to become available and then vote closer to town meeting, or we can vote tonight. Those are the two options. Bernard.
Yeah, I guess just like to make a statement that, retirees here in Massachusetts really get screwed by not being in the Social Security system. And, one example is how the COLA that your retirees get here in Massachusetts compared to Social Security COLA is significantly different. I'm one of the few fortunate people. I worked for social under at jobs that paid Social Security, including another state. I can see the benefits of both the retirement system that we have in Massachusetts as well as Social Security. So I think that, unless I'm missing something, I think that this is really a question of treating our employees who are really, kind of being screwed by not being a part of Social Security fairly to try to make up a little bit of that.
So,
This is my opinion.
fair point, Bernard. I don't know whether or not I feel comfortable voting on this tonight. I don't know if it's the hour or I found some of the information hard to follow. What do other
I
board
don't
members?
feel comfortable voting on it tonight. I think we need to know the hard numbers. I appreciate a couple good years in the stock market, right? But if every time the fund had good years in the stock market, we increased the COLA and we ignored the years when they had bad years in the stock market, we'd be in real trouble. I think we need to know the hard numbers, and we need to know if there's reason to actually change what is the assumed increase through investments in the fund. If that's not going to change based on the actuaries, review of the situation, then it doesn't matter that they had a couple of good years in the stock market. We're still going to have to put in the same amount plus this. And I want to know what the plus this is.
Bernard.
Yeah, I think that's a valid point, but bear in mind the retirement system's not looking at what happens this year or next year. They're looking at what's happening over the next 30, 40 years. And looked at from that standpoint, yeah, there can be ups and downs in the stock market, but the trend is going to be significantly positive. And so I'm not sure that what's going on in the stock market today is a cause for any real concern. Unless it just crashes. And even when it crashed, it came back. Right?
Okay.
Anyway.
So it sounds like we don't really want to vote on this just yet. Okay. Thank you both for this presentation. I am going to cut the debate a little short, and because we have even more business and it's almost 10:30. So thank you. I know, I'm desperately trying to make, we're not supposed to go past 10:30 because most of us have jobs. Okay, moving on to the last warrant article review of the evening, Parks and Recreation. It's warrant article 26. Deborah Brown.
I'll be quick. The warrant article has two basic pieces to it. One piece deals with figuring out a way to ensure that low-income people have access to a parks and recreation system. The other piece called for expanding the size of the board. I found out you can't legally expand the size of the board. So I need to get with Jonathan Simpson, change that language. I've talked to the moderator. She doesn't have a problem with it. The Parks and Rec folks, I went back and forth on some emails with them. So all in all, it seems prudent, unless you want me to go through the numbers of what it would cost to fund the program based on, we've got 7,700 students in the schools, 14% of those young people qualify for free lunch, free and reduced lunch. That's 1,089 kids. It's about $1.6 million. Talking with some folks, they said they'd be surprised if 50% of the people took advantage of the program, which would make it about $24,000 a year. And I can go into more detail, but given the late hour, I'm not sure people are listening, and I think it warrants more than a drive-by.
I appreciate that. Although I will ask, I will say this is a public hearing. Are there any members of the public that want to speak? And then I will call on the town administrator to address, I guess, the issue of the scholarships. Any members of the public? No.
At this time, there are 11 attendees, and no one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Great. Okay, I will close the public hearing for warrant article 26. Mel, do you want to say a few words?
Sure. I had an opportunity to speak with Deborah today about the article, and we'll say that I really haven't been keeping up with this particular article in relation to what it's trying to do with the Park and Recreation Commission, but I have been involved to some extent in this idea of funding an appropriate waiver or fee reduction program, a comprehensive one. Frankly, not just for recreation, but I think we've heard it throughout a number of areas where municipal fees for programs are not unlike some of the other expenses that people require to live in this community. And so, I had indicated to Deborah that I'm supportive of that. I talked a little bit about that at the Arpa committee meeting last Friday. I got to believe we can figure out a way to handle these expenses in similar ways where we handle other living expenses for people. And, I know we had this discussion earlier this evening about not wanting to commit ARPA until it's ready, but, there are a number of ARPA funds or CDBG CARES funds that have been used in the past for these, what I call these, what do we call that fund that pays the sort of the basic living expenses? The
Safety net?
fund. And thank you. I am tired. I will tell you I am. And so this safety net concept, I think, encompasses these kind of funds. And so I've committed to Deborah that we would try to find a way to do that. I personally am committed to doing that. As it relates to other aspects of the article, Joe is here, council is here to address those, but it sounds like those are moving targets right now. That's what I can say at this point.
Yes, Miriam.
I just want to, for those that weren't at the ARPA meeting on Friday, one of the things we discussed was some of these proposals are good proposals, but don't have the operational structure to execute them. And so we talked about potentially just funding, pushing those proposals into the safety net so that there is that, I'm sorry, I'm so tired. There is that operational framework to fund the proposal without actually necessarily funding that exact proposal. Am I making sense?
Yes.
Okay, so, and I'll just say, actually, the utilities is a good example of that, where there is a framework we can use, an existing operational framework for distributing that funding without having to rebuild the
Or create
structure or
new.
co-create. It's already there. We just have to funnel the money with an earmark that it's going to be used specifically for these purposes. So this is something, again, that we can discuss as a part of the process. Okay, I'll stop talking.
Bernard.
And if I'm understanding correctly, this is not going to take away from safety net type
No,
funding.
no,
Okay, because
This would be, we'd say this proposal is going to go to the safety net. And that money will be earmarked for these purposes within the safety net structure.
And allocated.
And allocated for that.
Raul.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, good. But I think what we're looking for here, though, is an elegant solution, right? So the safety net as a fund is not an elegant solution. It requires people to apply, and if they have to apply for every single program they'd like to, then they're constantly making applications for things that we've already agreed that they should be able to have access to and that we've already set funding aside. So it's not an elegant solution. And I think that we should be thinking, I think we need a point person that's on staff that's going to take the lead on moving this down the field to create a timeline, create a process, and really think it through. I will say I would love to see if we can get something in place, even if it's less elegant for this summer, for kids and families to be able to access funding for those programs this summer. But we do also have ARPA 2 coming down the line. So if there's a need to sort of do something now, but I don't think whatever the thing is we do right now should be the final version of the thing. Like it needs to be much more user friendly than that.
So I served on the override study committee in 2017, 18. And that's when I first learned about the financial aid policy that the schools have and how if you have already gone through the process to be eligible for certain programs, you are just automatically like eligible for that. So maybe there's some sort of like thing that we can look at and say, oh, we can kind of apply this to that, or create something very similar to that.
Heather, in my brevity, I didn't go into that.
I appreciate your brevity at this hour. Well, tonight we don't have to vote on it. I don't think that this warrant article is ready yet. The thing that gave me the most pause when I did read the initial warrant was I had heard that the Parks and Recreation Commission was dictated by state law, like, the composition. So I need to know whether or not this warrant article can actually do what it is trying to do. So we need town council to draft a memo, I think, because town meeting is going to want to know the answer to that question as well. But
Yeah, and I hope
assume
you'll
that
have it
that's
soon.
up, that's being worked out right now. Okay, thank you, Deborah. Feel free to reach out to our town council, Joe Callanan. It's a very interesting idea, but state law sometimes overrules local authority.
Oh, I'm long over it. I've got an email into Jonathan, and hopefully we can clear this up the next couple of days.
Great, thank you so much. John Van Scoyac.
Hi, Deborah. Thanks for sticking with it this long. But since we're going to be coming back to this to decide, what is our position on it, I would just love to have a number. Can you give us a number as to how much does this propose to spend, and where does it propose to spend it?
What do you mean, where do we propose to spend it?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of language in the explanation about, the need to deal with the cost of recreation programs for kids and families that could use some help in being able to access those programs.
So if I may, Deborah, I think right now it would be open to all parks and recreation, like programs.
Yeah.
I mean, nearly every single one of those programs costs money.
Yeah.
It's a nominal, depending on how much you make per year. And the subsidy right now is in the 25% range. So I don't really know what the total would be, because I'm sure if we're paying 100% as opposed to 25, you're going to get more people, eligible. And if you reach out to people who are eligible for other programs, you're going to get an increase in demand. So depending on how much money we're paying for right now, times that probably by 4, I think would be a reasonable assumption.
The classes, the courses are not that cheap. They're like $285 a pop. If you have a couple of kids, that starts to add up really quickly. That was one of the things that struck me, Heather. that it's expensive. The other piece, I think, in response to John's question is, I don't expect every child that qualifies for, free and reduced lunch to apply. And so, John, when you ask about what is this going to cost, if you get down to a 50% range, and you're talking about $800,000 and some change, and you ask, where does the money come from? I'm everything. Look, I'm willing to look at everything from ARPA for the first year, but as Raul said, I think we need a long-term permanent solution. And whether we use the marathon money, whether we say that every year we're going to carve out a certain percentage, I can come up with 3 or 4 places where the money can come from. But, at this point, it's a shame that it hasn't been figured out already. I mean, this is a warrant article that shouldn't have to happen. And maybe I'm saying this because I'm tired, but I would like to think that a town that, like Brookline, that professes to want to take care of everybody would really want to take care of its most vulnerable. And that's its children and its elderly. And right now, if a kid can't go to camp, we are denying that kid some essential executive functioning opportunities. We take from the low-income kids the things that every other kid just takes for granted. And it manifests itself in a myriad of ways. I mean, somebody told me a story about how their kids.
Deborah.
I know. I'll go.
Please.
I'm done.
Yeah.
I got you, Deborah, thanks.
Raul would like to say something, and then I'm gonna see if there's anybody else, and then we have still one more agenda item. Yes.
Yeah. We got this. So I'll just say briefly, I think that this needs to be built into the overall fee structure as well, so that we're not just constantly trying to figure out where to come up with money year after year, every other year. And we just got to think about what that looks like. I will say this, I am happy even after May 3rd to work on this with town staff, Deborah, and anyone else who's interested.
Thank you. Miriam?
Deborah, we all agree with you. We're just not ready, I think, to move this forward in its current position.
Yeah.
But you're preaching to the choir. I don't think anyone here disagrees with that.
Yeah. Hold, Deborah. Any other comments by select board members? Deborah, a few words, and then we're going to have to move on to our last agenda item.
Good night.
Thank you.
The best words.
Okay, so our last agenda item is, I guess, a plea from the library trustees.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. I hope you're all having a very good National Library Week. I will read my prepared statement and then I am done.
Thank you, Michael Burstein, Chair of the Library Trustees.
Thank you, Chair Hamilton. I should preface this by saying that the trustees actually voted unanimously on the statement, and some of them, I believe, are attending in the waiting room. With the announced resignation of the library director and the assistant director of technology, the library is facing a crisis. The trustees are about to embark on a search for an interim director, which we hope will be quick in order to give us the time adequate full search for a new library director, as was done back in 2013 to 2014. To that end, we are asking the select board to help the library by doing the following. 1, the 2 assistant director positions should be given vacation time of 4 weeks instead of 2. As we have said at advisory committee meetings, the fact that subordinate positions get 4 weeks of vacation makes it difficult to hire for these positions. The last search for an ADT took over 7 months because quality candidates turned us down. We would like to make these positions attractive enough to hire quality candidates quickly rather than have them go to other towns. This would include adding the vacation time for the current Assistant Director of Administration. 2, the library's administrative assistant has been on leave for a lengthy period, and we have a temp filling the role who has been helping us keep up with details and institutional memory. I am told that since this is a temp position, we can't keep her working past mid-May, or else the town would have to provide benefits. At this point, the trustees would like to see the town do whatever is needed to keep this person in the position past the departure of the current library director. Finally, not for now, but very soon, we will have to start the process of hiring the new director. We will need to make sure that we do not repeat the mistakes that led to Sarah's resignation and confirm that the compensation and benefits for the library director of Brookline are comparable to that of other similar positions. Otherwise, we will not be able to attract the quality candidates we want. That will be even more true with Sarah's departure, which will be noted by those candidates. The loss of Sarah Slyman is a major blow to our town. If you ask anyone in town about the library, they will tell you how much they appreciate the initiatives she has brought to us over the past 8 years. If you ask the library staff, they will tell you how much they have appreciated her leadership. The trustees are asking the select board to help us ensure that the library continues to serve the public at the level the residents of Brookline have come to expect.
Thank you. At this time, I turn to Town Administrator Mel Klickner if he wants to make a statement.
Thank you, Chair. Not really. I have some concern about, talking about benefits and salary compensation for individual positions who are part of a larger group. So my suggestion would be for the select board to go into executive session at a certain point to talk about these matters. I would just say about the second point, the town relies, like many organizations do, on temporary and seasonal help. That's what, we are able to do because of the way our organization works. And we could not afford to pay benefits for these people. I will just tell you right now, it's very costly. And so, like a lot of organizations, we make sure that our temporary and seasonal people don't get to the point where they're eligible for these expensive benefits. And, perhaps we can deal with this particular situation, but this is a larger problem. It's a townwide problem. It's not a library problem.
Okay, any comments by select board members?
I just want to thank Michael for presenting, especially this late at night. And I agree. I think we should have an executive session at some point in the future and deal with this. I just am not comfortable at the idea that we would do nothing, in the face of 2 key resignations in something as important as the library system in the town. If there's an issue that led to those resignations, we need to know about it. We need to see what we can do about it.
Okay, let's see if we can find an eligible executive session category to talk about this. Thank you so much, Chair Burstein, and the rest of the library trustees. We'll take this letter under advisement.
Thank you.
That is the end of our agenda for this evening. Thank you so much for anyone who is still listening. Wow, I would have put it at 2. Okay, so. Yes. Thank you for listening.